Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Hi everybody, welcome to Sewing Street. It's been ages since I've been here presenting. In fact, this is my very first presenting day here in the new studios, which I'm loving. It feels great. I got a brand new shirt on. I'm feeling all summery and lost a little bit of weight as well. I hope you've noticed. Feeling a little bit svelte. I can move under the shirt and I don't take the shirt with me, which is real progress for me. Anyway, how are you? Thank you for joining us here at Sewing Street. We're thrilled to have your company, and we've got an absolutely gorgeous morning here. So many wonderful things to share with you. But hey, you know how we start here at Sewing Street. Let's go to our early bird special. Now, our early bird special is, my favourite. It's a rainbow. It's a rainbow. And it's kind of the opposite to the rest of the day, because the rest of the day is very much about soft, subtle, muted colours, which I know you're going to love. But right now we're going to start with rainbow. And hey, I don't know why they do this to me. I've got a lovely rainbow bundle, which I need to sort. So let's start with that. So right here, we've got our fat quarters. Now you've got, in your pack, you've got 9 fat quarters. And it's a glorious rainbow of Rose and Hubble, beautiful fat quarter fabrics. Now, of course, all of them are 100% quilt weight cotton. They're going to look amazing on their own, but they're also going to look absolutely fantastic mixed in with your blenders, your Dan Morris digital prints, your Tim Holtz. Maybe you've got some lovely Moda fabrics. You might have some Lewis and Irene fabrics. You might want to use up your stash, but need some colours to help you to anchor those different scraps and those fabrics and pull them all together. So your fat quarter bundle here is 9 fabrics, 9 fat quarters in bright rainbow shades. That's, at the moment it's $15.70, but of course it's our early bird special, so we're going to crash that price. There it goes, down to £11.70. So now working out at per fat quarter, just a minute, let me see. My internal computer is whirring as we speak. We'll get there. Let me talk about what a fat quarter is. Now, a fat quarter is half of a half metre. So if you imagine a half metre cut of fabric that's then been split down the middle. If you've never bought fat quarters before, welcome to the gang. We love a fat quarter here. They're a quilter's favourite, really, because they're a more useful size and shape for quilting. You get bigger pieces out rather than this kind of long, thin piece. Approximately 18 inches by 21 inches, so really good size. So for example, you could use a fat quarter for something like the back of a cushion or the front of a cushion. You can get out of a fat quarter, you can get something like, you know, a zippy pouch bag or line your bags. So great actually for lining bags. £1.30 per fat quarter, so that's $5.20 per metre. That's amazing. That's an amazing price. We'll love that. We'll love that. Colour wise, we've got this gorgeous hot pink. I do love a hot pink. We've got a beautiful sort of true red. Okay, next up, we've got that beautiful, bright sort of Jaffa orange. How gorgeous is that? Gorgeous Jaffa orange. Then that yellow. It is a bright, bright citrus lemon yellow. Green-wise, we're going kind of kiwi, chartreuse. Then into that beautiful turquoise blue. Regal purple. Regal purple. This is kind of like that royal purple. And then we've got super useful, pure white and black. Absolutely brilliant. So rainbow wise, how beautiful. Love, love, love a rainbow. Message across my bottom. I have this week off work and you're on my TV. Yay for me. That is Rebecca Jane from Lincolnshire. Oh, it's very small for me. I'm like, appearing. Sorry if that just put you off your breakfast. I promise I won't do it again. Oh dear, not flattering. Further back. That's better. Anyway, do you know, normally I can see far away. It's the close-up that I'm struggling with these days. My arms aren't long enough. Know that feeling? Philippa has messaged in to say, morning Stuart and team. Good morning, Philippa. Thank you for joining us today on Sewing Street. Now, I just need to tell you, well over half the stock of our early bird has already gone. So congratulations to everybody who has already bought the early bird. You've already paid your postage and packing. So great news. We have one P&P here at Sewing Street. It's £3.90. And that covers you for the whole day. So you can shop right through on that one P&P, whether you're buying your fat quarter bundle, whether you're buying yourself a brand new sewing machine or an overlocker, whether you're going to buy yourself a quilt kit or a book or a combination of all of those things. You only pay one P&P. Message across my bottom. Morning, Stuart and the team, thank you. It's very small. Hope you have a fabric day today. We certainly do. Paul from the web team. Paul, thank you. I'm sorry, I really, do you know, I need to look over there, but then that's going to look weird because it's big enough over there. I'll get there. Another message. Morning, Stuart. Love the shirt. Thank you. next. Have a great day, Angie from Lancashire. Thanks, Angie. Lots of love to you. Hope you're getting some gorgeous sunshine today. We've been rather spoiled, haven't we, the last few days with gorgeous sunshine. We are just about to put our new lambs out into the field. I'm hoping if Charlie does that, he'll send in some pictures either today or tomorrow, and I can share with you the pictures of our beautiful spring lambs. It's spring, everybody. It's spring. Time for something fresh. Let's talk fresh. Let's talk the menu. Here we are. This is our menu for today. Now, really excited. First hour, 8 a.m. We've got Moda, Astra from Janet Clare. Janet is an absolute legend in the quilting world, a great mate of mine too. This fabric is so beautiful. Been showing this off on social media this morning. Now at 9 a.m, Yoko Saito. I mean, talk about another legend. Wowza. Yoko Saito, amazing Japanese quilter. We've got a kind of a 3-hour special. We're going to treat it like a 3-hour special. We've got Cara Ackerman here at 9 o'clock. Showing us the Yoko Saito Rooster cushion. It is so beautiful. It's an applique cushion. Absolutely fantastic. If you haven't heard of Yoko, I'm going to be telling you a little bit about her and showing you some of her work. She's the most incredible quilter. We've had lots and lots of requests in the past for us to get Yoko Saito fabrics in. We've got beautiful fabrics in. If you've heard of Japanese taupe quilts, you're in for a treat today. If you've never heard of them, stick around. Let me show you some absolutely beautiful work and some beautiful fabrics. We've got this 3-hour kind of special that we're doing. Cara's in at 9 with the Yoko Saito Rooster cushion. At 10, we're going to be looking at fabrics in more detail, beautiful Yoko Saito fabrics that she designs in that kind of Japanese taupe tradition. And then at 11 a.m, Cara is back with the sewing room sampler quilt. This is absolutely gorgeous. Everyone's going to want this, I'm just certain. It's so beautiful. And what we're going to do is kind of blend those hours together. So you know what, if Cara is midway through something really important, we're just kind of blending into the next hour, and we'll get to fabrics when we get to them, because it's really important, I think, that we sort of really immerse ourselves in Yoko's work. She's just an incredible quilter. We've got some great pictures to show you, just to show you some of the projects. If you've not heard of her before, sort of things that she does, things like this, are really amazing. So gorgeous bags, mixture of piecing, applique, hand and machine quilting, just gorgeous little details, and that wonderful soft subtle palette, kind of country colours, but it's also quite modern looking, quirky shapes. Lots of you already messaging in to say that you're excited to see Yoko's fabrics in for the first time. We're really excited too. They are beautiful. Now, you know me, I love, love, love colour, but I look at Yoko Saito's work in the Japanese taupe quilts, and I just want to throw all my coloured fabric away and just make everything out of Japanese taupes. If you don't know what I'm talking about, stick around, I'll explain. Now, if you want to get in touch with us, you certainly can. It's easy. You can email us, studio@sewingstreet.com. You can also get in touch with us via Facebook. Now, if you go into our Facebook page, there it is, Sewing Street TV, and then you can message the studio that way. Lots of you saying hi. Ken, hi, morning. Tricia, morning to you. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Now, if you want to call to make an order, it's completely free. 0800 001 4433. You'll speak to our wonderful UK-based family-run team who will be able to take your order or answer any queries that you might have about fabric or sewing machines or really anything else. So if you need to ask a question or you want to make an order with a real live person, you can just call us on that number. Our web shop is www.sewingstreet.com, and then if you click on Watch Live, and that will take you through to Watch Live, so you can watch us online, of course. There we are. You can write a message underneath. There we go. Hello. Or you can, and then you can scroll down. There should normally be 2 columns with our show deal and pre-order. Now, if you click on pre-order, that is basically everything that's on today's show. So you can see, first of all, there with all that wonderful Janet Clare fabric. If you've got to pop out later, you're not going to be here, you can always just shop ahead. And we've got some lovely kind of space-inspired fabrics there as well. Now, I just want to mention, in our last hour, I didn't mention it when I did the menu, we've got lots and lots of bag making equipment and tools and notions, but we've also got lots of lovely quilt kits. Now, drum roll please, we are doing a price crash on all of the quilt kits. Every single quilt kit that's on is going to have 10% extra knocked off. So for example, we've got some Cafe there, Moda, we've got Susie Duncan, we've got the Morse code quilt. Every single quilt's going to be crashed in price. I love the cottage core quilt kit. I think that's just right for spring and summer. Absolutely beautiful. Every single quilt kit's going to get 10%. Those prices haven't crashed yet, but you can shop ahead. You can pop them in your basket. You can check out. Your card will only be charged the crashed price. So just wanted to let you know. Now then, let's start with our fantastic Janet Clare fabrics. Now, I've got a really important announcement to make, which is that Janet Clare, wonderful, wonderful Moda designer Janet Clare, is going to be doing her first live show next Tuesday, the 5th. So pop that into your diary. Janet Clare is going to be right here on Sewing Street live with some really beautiful quilt kits. So make sure you pop that in your diary. Now, Janet and I have known each other for years and years. We worked together many, many times. We've also, I remember the very first time I met Janet actually was at a quilt show, and I was just taken aback by the beauty, the subtlety, the modernness of her designs. But also the kind of calmness, the softness, the tranquility of her designs. And of course her iconic Janet Clare apron and her fabulous books that she writes. So we had a great conversation. Janet has a background in fabric design, a degree in fabric design, and she's an amazing artist. And then she's also an amazing quilter and quilt designer too. So we get the whole package. Now, we've never had Janet's fabrics before. This is the first time. We're going to really, really focus in on these gorgeous fabrics. Oh, I've lost some labels here, sorry. Okay, so brand new collection from Janet, and this is called Astra. So Astra by Janet Clare, and this is a bit about the inspiration. Essentially, one evening during lockdown, Janet and her family sat down to watch the live launching of the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. It took off with the Dragon crew to begin their 250-mile journey to the International Space Station. Many hours later, we were able to see the astronauts arrive safely and could only marvel at the extraordinary achievements of all involved. A truly fascinating and optimistic story for 2020. Now, once Janet had watched that launch, she began to daydream about the great wide unknown above us and to doodle stars and constellations and to create galaxies with ink and bleach. Before long, she had a sketchbook of ideas and a new fabric collection on the way. Janet says, I hope Astra encourages you to create quilts for all the stargazers in your life. Love that. I love that. Now, I want to just show you just a kind of flavour of these quilts. There's a mega bundle, but let me just show you. And that mega bundle is 6 meters. Half a metre of that fabric is actually free. But what you're getting, what's really beautiful, I think, about this collection, I love this little touch of rusty terracotta. I just love that. We've got some charcoaly greys, we've got some beautiful blues, different shades of blue, constellations and stars. It's a really modern set of designs. It's subtle, just gorgeous. I think that these fabrics are going to work whether you like traditional fabrics or whether you like modern fabrics too, because they read as nice, soft, subtle designs. I mean, for example, this fabric right here, this one right here, would work absolutely perfectly in one of my reproduction style quilts. You know, that kind of 1850s, 1860s vibe of quilts. This would absolutely work. However, if I wanted to make something that was super modern, super fresh, these fabrics would also work. Janet's a very, very experienced, very clever designer, because she manages to encapsulate styles that are going to appeal to men and women, boys and girls, modern, traditional. And you can also, there's great contrast in these fabrics. You've got those lovely, soft, warm cream shades. You've also got those beautiful, rich, inky blues in there as well. And then as well, I think another thing which is super clever is having that sort of star theme, constellations. It's subtle, but it's also there, isn't it? It's also there. So for example, if you wanted to make a quilt, a wall hanging for somebody that was really into sort of stargazing, astronomy, astrophysics, you absolutely can. If you wanted to make a child's quilt and create sort of background of these wonderful star prints with bright creamy white stars all across, you could do that too. I made actually a baby quilt for a friend's baby using one of Janet's other collections, which had these lovely inky blues and creams in. It looks so gorgeous for a baby quilt. But then I also made a table runner for me, and that also looked absolutely gorgeous. Such clever fabrics, they cover so many bases. Let me show you a couple of quilt designs that use these fabrics just to give you an idea of just what you can do. Oh, look at that. This is called Astra. This is called Astra. And do you see, it's traditional piecing, but such a modern looking quilt. Glowy. Absolutely glowy, and so much detail as you look closer in the fabrics. So they, you know, you can get really close up to these fabrics and you'll see so much more, but they also have wonderful impact from a distance. Now this quilt is called Bright Above Me. Bright Above Me. And this is actually going to be a quilt kit that you'll be able to buy next week. Now, this might just inspire you. You might be thinking, well, look, I've got lots of star blocks that I've made in the past that I could create a sampler out of. And you could create your own, couldn't you, using the ½ meter mega bundle. But you'll need to be quick, because we've now got single figures of this mega bundle left. It's an amazing price too, isn't it? $81.39. I think part of that is because you're getting ½ meter of the fabric for free. just gorgeous. Need to say a few quick hellos, by the way. Hillary's messaged in, morning Stuart, so looking forward to the Yoko Saito fabrics. I've been a fan of hers for years. Fiona message, we visited Cape Canaveral a few years back. It's a fantastic place and amazing to think it's all happened in our lifetime. It is amazing really, isn't it, when you think about the changes. So many of you getting in touch. Jan, morning Stuart and all. Claire, morning Stuart and all. Patricia, good morning Stuart, love to you from Blackpool. Philippa, morning Stuart and the team. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All of you. Just fab. So at the moment we're looking at Janet Claire's new fabric range. It's called Astra. And within this fabric collection, you've got these wonderful prints, all inspired by stargazing and the constellations. Got a couple of prints there that have kind of planetary diagrams on. We've got star constellations, we've got small subtle designs. Now this is the mega bundle. We are also going to be doing all of these fabrics by the half metre. I'll go through them in a second. We've also got a blue bundle and we've got a cream bundle as well. We're going to do those next. So we're going to start with our cream bundle, and that is going to have 6 fabrics, all cream. See, 12 divided by 2. Now this colourway is called Milky Way, and now all I can think of is Milky Bars, because actually white chocolate is my favourite kind of chocolate, and it doesn't even have any cocoa in it. So is it even chocolate? Anyway, that's a different debate for another time. This is called Milky Way. Now, honestly, I could happily make a quilt just out of these, nothing else, just these, something really cool, calm, quiet, soft and gentle. But you could also add a little bit of that rusty chestnut in there. You could add a little bit of that slaty blue, or you could add just a plain cream as well, and just really play with soft, quiet, what we call low volume colours. Absolutely gorgeous, that. Really gorgeous. Now we've also got the blues. I'll show you those next. Here are the blue collection. Here is the blue collection. Now, there are 5 mega bundles remaining. So if you want the mega bundle, be really quick. It's been a very busy morning already. The early bird has already sold out. So I think it's going to be like that all morning. Wonderful to have your company. Do get in touch, won't you? Now, colour-wise in here, I think it's really beautiful. You've got this wonderful, what I would call a slate blue. This gorgeous, it's only very slight, just in here, in this circle here, in some of these little motifs. It's a gorgeous kind of mid-toned slatey blue. You've also got a little bit of soft grey in there as well. This could inspire your neutral that you might put with this, or other colours that you might bring in from your stash. You've got that deeper inky blue, and I love that sort of soft texture. I mean, look at all the texture in that. It's our, plainest fabric, but it's not plain. It's got lovely, subtle texture throughout there, which is just gorgeous. And then you've got that wonderful Milky Way cream in there, which adds a real soft brightness. You know, like those light bulbs that are like a soft white? So that's what you've got here. It's that Milky Way, it's that soft milky white. And then you've got that beautiful sort of chestnutty, rusty coloured, I don't want to call it orange because it's kind of like a terracotta. It's a terracotta. I mean, basically, let's be honest, have I worn the most perfect shirt for this morning or what? I'm just saying. I do think about these things, it doesn't just happen by chance. Or sometimes it does. Really gorgeous. Now I've got to say, I'm thinking, when I see lots of contrast, I immediately think of log cabin. Got to be honest, I always think of log cabin, and I'm thinking uneven log cabin. So really, really simple way to mix up and change the look of log cabin is to have, say, your dark logs on one side say cut at 2.5 inches, so they finish at 2, but your light logs on the other half cut at 1.5, so they'll finish at 1. So you end up with a larger side and a smaller side. It still makes a square, bizarrely, but when you put those blocks together, the difference in size of the logs actually creates curves. So you get what look like curved log cabin blocks within. You almost create circles. Now that could be really fun with this collection. Just an idea. It would also work splendidly for that kind of inky night sky and loads of different star blocks, a star sampler. Now you see next week we have Janet's quilt kit, but you could get ahead of the game. Get yourself either the mega bundle or buy the two, the lights and the darks, the Milky Way and the blues, and start making your own star sampler. Message across the bottom. Good morning, Stuart. Your passion and enthusiasm is infectious. You're the perfect antidote to a dull grey morning. Mark, that's really kind. Thank you. In Oxfordshire. I'm very sorry to hear it's grey and dull out there. I was hoping you might tell me it was really sunny and gorgeous. Never mind. We'll keep it sunny in here in the studio. It is such a gorgeous collection. You are loving this collection. 1 mega bundle left. 1 mega bundle left, but we're going to have a look at half meters now. Now, where would you like to start? Should we go a mix? Yeah. Some blues and some creams mixed up together. Let's do it. Okay, so let's start off. Now, this print here is called, ooh, Galaxy Eclipse. That's what we've called it. We just waited and renamed fabrics. Now, I would love a shirt made out of this fabric. Isn't that beautiful? $7.49 for a half meter. Remember, this is going to be cut for you. Now, Janet is the designer for Moda fabrics and has been for many, many years. Can't tell you how prestigious that is, actually. And when I go out to Houston Quilt Market, Moda have an enormous area, and each designer has their own booth within their area, and Janet always has her own booth, and it's completely sort of decked out in her style with her new fabric collection. And you know, I mean, lots of you know Janet, of course, but she's a real star. She's a real star in the quilting world. We love her. She's an amazing designer. This is her brand new collection called Astra. And I just love the subtlety and the modernness. That mega bundle now has sold out. So the only way to get the fabrics is either to buy your 2 collections, your blue and your Milky Way collection, create your own mega bundle, or you can pick and choose fabrics within that and buy them by the half meter. Now, hopefully in the future we'll be able to get some more fabric in, but right now our mega bundle has now sold out. Well done and congratulations if you managed to get that. Can't wait to see what you make. Now, that same print, what we might call our hero print, is also available in Milky Way. Again, so fab. Wouldn't these be terrific for bags, computer bags, laptop, yeah, tablet, lampshade would be so cool. Really cool. I think this would also be fantastic to make pillowcases out of. So I love a pillowcase made out of quilted cotton, just to tie the quilt and the pillows together so you can sleep on the stars. What about a teddy bear with patchwork patched together? Absolutely gorgeous. Also, maybe, you know, like you want to connect with somebody who's on the other side of the world. I have a friend right now who's in Australia, you know, and one of the nice things is, we often say this, don't we, like we're all looking at the same moon. I look at the moon, you look at the moon, it's the same moon. Could make a little project. You know that gorgeous thing where you make two hearts out of fabric, and I have one and you have one, and anytime we're missing each other, we grab that heart. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. But available by the half meter. This is Galaxy in Milky Way. Like I say, all I can think of now is Milky Bars, and I'm not eating chocolate, so there. Now, can we do the constellations next, please? This is KW ending 79. So, super useful print this. Again, I think, yeah, lampshade would be terrific. I also think something like a Roman blind or a window cover would look great in this. This has got all the different kind of constellations on there. Love this. One of the things that gives it that sort of proper space look is the fact that the background is not one colour. It's got that subtle shading of inky blues and more faded out blues, and then you've got those lovely bright little dots of stars all joined up. Now, a quarter of the stock of this fabric actually went on pre-order. Again, superb for bags. I'm thinking something like my attaché case would look really cool in this, the messenger bag. Attaché, not a tissue. Goodness me. That was quite quick, actually. We've got producer Hannah and director Bruce today, and they are both hilarious. They truly are. If you could only hear what I hear. Bruce, you are not getting your own Netflix special, trust me. Now, this is the same print, but in Milky Way. Again, isn't that fab? Now, to me, that almost now has a sort of Aztec look. Do you know what I mean? I don't know why. Okay, now, just for a bit of fun, I'm going to name every star constellation on here. So right here, you can quite clearly see the kite. The kite. This one right here is the bent fork. The bent fork. I was born under that sign. This one is the cat o' nine tails constellation, and the Y. And the Y. And there's just lots of others there as well. Yeah, I think I might have been born under the Y. Or people may have said Y. Gorgeous. Bag linings. Also the background for, you know, when you start bringing in those other prints, that contrast is just fantastic. A message from collector in Merseyside. Morning, Stuart. Got a couple of these in the blue. Gorgeous designs, and I will incorporate them into one of your bags from your fab book. Thank you so much. Yeah, I do think they're really, really good for bag making. They've got a lovely smart look to them. The size of this designs, the scale is good. And also they would work for men, women, boys, girls. They're gender neutral. I think they're really fab. Baby gifts would be really cool in these prints, really cool, because they've got a nice modern look. They're non-gendered. They're not going to look out of place if you bring that baby quilt down into your living room. They don't scream baby item. Yeah. Sometimes you want to, sometimes you don't. Now, I love, love, love this print. This is the kind of print that I want a bolt of each of, because I will use this forever and ever. They do have that sort of look of historic sort of Civil War repro, 1840s, 1850s repro. Now let's go with blue first. There's this really sort of subtle, almost like, you know, like is it called Orion's belt? Listen to me with my knowledge of the stars. The belt around Orion, or something like that. With this little star. I just think it's a gorgeous print. It's super clever. Again, that lovely textured background. Fantastic to see you on Sewing Street again, Stuart, and to hear that Janet Clare is on next week. Yeah, next Tuesday the 5th, Janet will be here for her very first live show here on Sewing Street. Love the new collection, the shades and the hint of colour. It is that little bit of terracotta in there as well, isn't it? It's really special, gorgeous. Now that fabric is also available in the Milky Way colour. Again, with that little bit of terracotta in there. Isn't that beautiful? Now, Tracy's asked, are the fabrics suitable for dressmaking? Absolutely. Anything where you could use a plain weave cotton. So, obviously, the only stretch in these fabrics is on the bias. So there's minimal stretch, but you could make bias binding from them if you wanted to say bind seams or whatever, or around a neckline. So that's not an issue. But yeah, if you're going to make something, you know, like a tea dress or a blouse, a shirt, yeah, absolutely suitable for those. Absolutely suitable. Gorgeous. Yep, a bolt of each of those, please. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I want to jump to this, which is, you know, kind of the subtlest, but equally, I think, very beautiful and incredibly useful for our stash. This is UF95 and SEW9. I mean, this one's SEW192. So 192. You've got to have that one, surely. Now, dark blue. Now, I know this looks very solid on screen, but what you've got there is real contrast between darker patches, lighter patches where it looks almost kind of faded out. You've got a fabulous kind of woven texture to this. Now then, can you see that? That looks great, yeah. If we lighten the whole look a little bit, you can see that, can't you? It just adds such a lot of interest. So great for piecing, great for things like borders. When you see, I like to do the sort of three border around a pieced quilt. So I'll do a narrow border, a wide border, and then another narrow border. So maybe like 1, 5, 1, something like that. Play around with the proportions, but this is going to work really well for that too, to frame. Also for things like sashing or pieced sashing around blocks, where you want that high contrast to really, really draw focus to your piecing or your applique. Great fabric that. Now then, there's also a cream version, a Milky Way version. Maybe a little bit easier for you to see the texture. Oh, that is much easier to see, actually. Yeah, that's a lot easier. So here you've got that warmer tan blended into the cream. I've got to say, actually, this would work really, really well with some of the Yoko Saito talk fabrics that we've got coming up later. Actually, all of the fabrics, all of Janet's fabrics from this morning, the Astra collection, would work really well with some of those prints. 15 minutes to go. Haha. Yoko, no, you didn't. Haha. Again, super useful for the stash, that one. Now, lovely modern print, this next one. This is UO46. I'm missing the label from the other one, but I have got 2 labels here on the desk. If you tell me what the label is, I'll put the label back on. So we'll start with the dark one, with the blue. Oh, this is lovely. This is really lovely. Have a look at that. This is a gorgeous little modern print. It almost looks like sort of computer code, doesn't it? Going across the screen, you're like on the Matrix with the numbers falling down. It almost has that look for me. But again, this would work really well with something like sashiko. So if you'd got some navy sashiko, cream thread stitching, and you wanted to add a little bit of piecing around it, wouldn't that look cool? Because these almost look like Japanese kanji. I think this would look fabulous in dressmaking too. Really, really lovely. A shirt, a men's shirt, children's clothing, a blouse, a dress, really gorgeous. Or accessories. You can make a very nice, just a very simple scarf or an infinity scarf out of this. Lovely. This is regular quilt weight cotton, 100% cotton of course, beautiful Moda quality fabric. And we know and love Moda fabrics. We know the quality we're getting. Now the cream, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Okay. Now then, the cream, the Milky Way is already in baskets. And one other thing I really want to point out on Janet's fabrics, I don't know if we can see this, if I move this around, she always puts little quotes and cool colour spots on her fabrics. The heavens stretch out above us. They are little UFOs. How cool is that? So if you collect selvages too and make them into little projects, you've got to get Janet's fabrics. Janet's actually, let me just tell you something, Janet is currently on España. She's in Spain doing a fabulous tour. She's been to the Sitges Quilt Show, which I had completely forgotten even existed, and I will be booking myself to go next year. And then she was heading up to Cordoba or somewhere, I think, maybe. Ah, lovely. Yeah, what a nice gig. Last two fabrics. And again, these are really cute. Now, this blue one here, this is QO21. Now, straight away, I thought, gosh, wouldn't that mix beautifully with denim? Imagine if you were making yourself something like a denim jacket and you wanted to line it, or a denim bag and you wanted to add things like trims to pockets or a binding around the flap. This would be really gorgeous. The fact that you've got that diagonal stripe on there means that if you cut straight of grain binding, let me just show you, that would have, that still have that lovely diagonal stripe across your binding. How lovely would that work? Really good. And again, you've got that lovely soft, subtle texture, the darker, the lighter blues blended together, and then you've got almost like shooting stars. One thing I just want to show you, this is complete serendipity. There happens to be a bit of red thread clinging to this fabric. There's thread clinging to everything in my world, but I just think it shows that a little touch of red could be added in if you wanted to, or that touch of terracotta when you were making this up into projects. You never know where inspiration's going to come from. That's why I don't clean very often. If those threads weren't clinging to the floor, I would never see them, would I? Now, the very last fabric in this collection is the Milky Way, but this is got terracotta mixed in as well. Really lovely. This is our producer Hannah's favourite fabric of the whole hour. Yeah, a little shirt would be gorgeous. Little boy shirt, really cute. And 1/2 metre to 1 metre, plenty for children's clothing. Mix and match. Fabulous. Now, we've got the cream bundle and the blue bundle, which is available, don't forget. Let me just pop these back into those bundles. So here is our blue bundle. The mega bundle, remember, has sold out, but you can still create your own mega bundle. These are our blues. These are our blues. You get 6.5 meters, lots and lots of these in baskets. We've only got 9 of these left. How many in baskets? Okay. So you do really need to check out. So many of you have got this in your basket. We don't have enough to go around. That's your blue bundle. Lovely message. Hi, Sewing Street. Hi, all, especially Stuart. Love to watch and hear him present. So talented, and the fabric is wonderful. Susan, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for messaging in. We really love having your company. I just love fabric. I just love fabric, and I get to play with it all day, every day. Now, don't forget, in 10 minutes, we'll be starting our special kind of 3-hour special all about Yoko Saito. You've asked, so many of you have asked for us to get Yoko Saito's fabrics in and books in. And at last we do. We've got 2 wonderful hours of demos from Cara, who's here with some applique and also some piecing and some really quite, advanced skills to learn there as well. So some great demos, but gorgeous fabrics, gorgeous designs. Janet Claire's Astra range would also really, really work with the Japanese taupe and Yoko Saito aesthetic. If you've not seen her work before, you're in for a treat. This is our cream bundle. You're getting 6 different fabrics, 1/2 meter of each, in the Milky Way colourway, which I think is gorgeous. I remember when I lived in Norfolk, on clear nights you could see the Milky Way, which was unbelievable, unbelievable, to actually be able to see kind of galaxies above you. So cool. Inspired by the launching of a mission to restock the space station. Yeah. What was it called? The SpaceX Falcon 9. Yeah. You'd never remember that, would you? I couldn't. Gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics, really, really lovely. Brand new from Janet Claire. They are Moda fabrics. They are amazing quality. They would work so well together. They would work so well in that Japanese taupe aesthetic, which we're really talking about this morning. They're modern, they're fresh, but they also have some hints to tradition as well. So I think they cover a lot of bases. Well done, Janet. Now, want to just grab in some extra fabrics that we've got because, I love colour and the sky, constellations, rainbow. Now, I'm just going to pull out a few fabrics from here, and we're really going to focus in on Jason Yenter fabrics for the last few minutes. And these have a bit of a kind of deep space look to them. I think you could definitely use these within your quilts to create those kind of constellations or bright stars. Absolutely gorgeous. Okay, let's just leap in. This is PD78. Just fabulous. Look at that. The subtlety, the softness, the variation in colour, just amazing. Available by the 1/2 meter. We'll go in colour themes, so still purples, UE84. Again, these have that really gorgeous modern look to them. They're digital prints. They really shimmer. Very, very special. And these are all beautiful quality, 100% cotton fabrics, but they're a digital print. Now, blues now, VC21. Turquoise, aqua. That's really beautiful, isn't it? These would work very, very well with Tim Holtz fabrics too. They have that sort of, variation in colour. This is AO73. Kind of bubbles, watery bubbles. Atlantis. AO73. AOUQ73. Beautiful. Again, these are all $7.49 for a half metre. They're cut to order, so if you want 1.5 metres for a border for a quilt, hey, that's, you just order 3 units. This next one's SX07. Again, I love this sort of spirally design. How cool is that? And although this isn't a sort of true rainbow in that sense, I do think that the fabrics that we've got here create a kind of rainbow. So again, gorgeous aesthetic there. Now this fabric is soft, subtle. I really like this one. I think this might be my missing label. Try WZ47. Yeah, great. I think that's absolutely gorgeous. And again, perfect for dressmaking. That would make such a beautiful shirt, wouldn't it? I'm going to drape it on myself now, just so you can see. Don't you? I absolutely would wear that as a shirt. Love it. Absolutely love it. Okay, that's enough. Lovely. Lovely jubbly. Morning mothers, by the way. Mother's Day, wasn't it, on Sunday? I had a lovely, lovely day with my mum. Absolutely gorgeous. Morning, mum. Greens now. Spring greens, EX26. Again, there's nothing ordinary about any of these fabrics. Look at the background. It's jewel-like, isn't it? Is there a green planet? I don't know anything about the planets, really. We need to be greener, don't we? If you wanted to create a world map, wouldn't these fabrics work well? This is more of a emerald green, IR35. And again, the designs are super cool, modern, fresh. Isn't that delicious? Juicy. Oh. Label, there we go. Next one is QO74, and this kind of bridges the gap between green and yellow. Overprinted with like a kind of really intense cobalt blue. Oh, look at that. Isn't that amazing? Again, you can cut this fabric small and you're going to get some really interesting cuts, but also if you leave it in larger pieces, you're also getting lots and lots of visual interest there. I want to just show you this as a palette for a quilt. These are the ones we've shown so far. That would make such a beautiful quilt, that palette all together. And it's so complementary because all of those colours sit next to each other on the colour wheel. Easy peasy, easy way to put a colour scheme together for a quilt. Okay, right, got a few more, some of the warmer shades now. This one's WV50. So rich, warm, kind of fire ember colours. This is Elysian. Is this Mars, maybe? The red planet? I always think then of the Roman gods. Mars, the bringer of war. Yeah. I always remember the when we were at school, we used to listen to the Planet Suite by Holtz, and I can still remember, and we used to do kind of like dance and movement classes using things like that. KV80, and I always remember Mars was always lots of stomping across, bum, bum, bum. Beautiful, gorgeous, hot pinks, magentas, and then just that little bit, can you see here, a little bit of purple, little bit of kind of tan in there as well. Brilliant for bag making. This is the pink planet, that's where I'm going. Party Planet, absolutely. Now, if you're a purple girl or a purple boy, QI04, the last 3 fabrics are really going to appeal. Well, actually, there is a 4th fabric, but I'll show you that in a sec. That's lovely, isn't it? They almost have a sort of batik-y look, but they're a digital print. Subtle, darker, lighter, looks like it's kind of overprinted then. Very, very beautiful fabrics these, all by Jason Yenter, who is one of our favourite designers here at Sewing Street. Whoops, there we go. I know none of these labels want to stick today. I don't know if it's humid. Okay, lilac-y now. This is XS87. Gorgeous, gorgeous fabric that. Excuse me. Purple, purple. This is SB54. And again, you've got pinks, you've got blues. Purple's always a good choice when you want to make something that's kind of non-gendered. It's not pink, it's not blue, but it still has that lovely kind of brightness to it. And then a really lovely cream, which is just super useful. This one is FD67. And again, it's kind of Milky Way toned, would fit really, really well with Janet's. I'm just going to bring Janet's fabrics over here. So if you wanted a little bit more or a little lighter, you could. This all leads very, very nicely on to our next 3 hours, which is all about Yoko Saito, the amazing Japanese quilter and quilt designer. There will be breaks in between, of course. We've got Cara for the first and the last of the 3 hours too. Loads of demos, lots to stick around for. I will see you in just a couple of minutes. We're going to go to a break. Grab yourself a cuppa. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi, good morning. Welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company, and it's the start of, well, an hour, but really the start of 3 hours that are really focused on an incredible Japanese quilter, quilt designer, fabric designer, and author by the name of Yoko Saito. Now, she is an incredible designer and a wonderful name in the world of quilting. But you may not have heard of her, so let me introduce her to you. Now, she was originally from Ichikawa City in Chiba in Japan. And in 1985, Yoko Saito established the quilt shop and workshop quilt party that was to become her base of operations. Now, Yoko Saito, let me just give you a tiny bit more background there. She actually started quilting in 1977. So Yoko has definitely done her time as a quilter. She's been there since before many of us, most of us I think, started quilting, and has been working away and building her skills and her following, and it is a global following. She soon garnered a reputation for her painstakingly precise needlework. She's a renowned quilter and teacher. Yoko Saito is known around the world for her ingenious use of taupe colour palettes. And you can see that in some of her designs. Let me show you. Yoko's aesthetic, and there are a few Japanese quilt designers that have this aesthetic, is just so recognisable. Uses a lot of the taupe fabrics, which are those kind of tans and browns, but also greys and putty colours, so soft pink colours as well, and greens. Now this is when I want to just go into my stash and literally just kind of throw everything out and just fill it with taupe and make a taupe quilt, because I just think these are incredibly beautiful and they're so different to anything else I normally make. These are actually designs we found on Pinterest of traditional taupe quilts or modern taupe quilts. So if you want a bit of inspiration, Pinterest is marvellous, of course. Now here you can see some other examples, and this is a sort of Japanese taupe quilt aesthetic. It's lots of piecing, some applique, lots of quilting, and a real sort of subtlety of colour, kind of those bluish greys, taupes, browns, with a little bit of colour in there as well, a little bit of soft red or a little bit of soft orange or green, but the colours are quite subtle. You'll see that actually when we have a look at Yoko Saito's fabrics, you'll see that aesthetic coming through. But what we're able to show you this morning are two books. We're going to be doing two different projects, and it's all about technique. The first hour with Cara is going to be very much focusing on applique and some great skills there that we're going to share with you together. And then in the second hour, it's going to, which is at 11 o'clock, much more about piecing and some of the perhaps more advanced piecing skills. So great chance to learn some new techniques and progress today. Now, if you've made any Japanese taupe quilts or done any of Yoko Saito's designs before, please get in touch, send us pictures. It's easy. You can message the studio@sewingstreet.com. That's our email address, and that's where you can attach pictures. Now, we're not going to show everything that we've got on this hour. We're going to be spreading it out over the 3 hours. So do bob on to pre-order on the website if you'd like to get ahead of the game and see what we've got over the course of the whole morning. Now then, let's start with the book, which is our focus for this hour. Now, it's called Patchwork Bags and Accessories, and it's by Yoko Saito. It's $15.99. I'm going to show you the book in more detail. Just while I'm here, I just want to show you this incredible cushion that Cara has made from Yoko Saito's book. It is just incredible. It's an absolute piece of work, and I mean that in the nicest way, Cara.
Definitely, but you get totally absorbed into it. Totally.
It's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yes, you can get completely lost in it.
Fabulous, fabulous. Many hours of lovely work in that. Gorgeous applique. Cara's going to be showing us how to do needle turn applique, and we're also going to look at a few other techniques for creating turned edge applique. But equally, you could create these designs using Bondaweb and fused applique as well. So, you know, lots of options, but we're going to show you the skills that Yoko has used. Now, I'm going to give you a bit of a guided tour through this book. Cara, I'm just going to need to occupy that little space there, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
Can I just shunt you along a tiny bit?
There we go.
Thank goodness we're allowed to get close together now.
I know, it's lovely. Oh, swap.
There we go.
Can I carry on sewing?
Yeah, of course you can. Of course you can.
Thank you.
It's like box and cocks, isn't
I know.
it? Okay, right. So here we go. Now, a quarter of the stock of the book has already been checked out. So it's going to be a very, very popular book, this. Now, it's amazing value, $15.99. You're getting 25 fresh quilted designs. And the thing with a lot, actually, of the Japanese authors is, my goodness me, you get value for money, because it's like nothing you've seen anywhere before. They really are so, so different. You get 25 designs in the book, and these are patchwork bags and accessories. So we start off with our contents, and we've got bags, we've got pouches, and we've got accessories and home decor. Oh, sold. Sold. One of the things that I notice about a lot of the work that comes from Japanese quilters and bag makers is the number of processes that there are in each design. So all of this piecing to create these quarter log cabin blocks, first of all, for one side of the bag. Gorgeous details like the button detail on the shoulder strap and also on the closure too. Lovely quilting as well. Beautiful shape. The wide tote bag. Now, that's pretty special, isn't it, for a tote bag? Really gorgeous. Loads of you joining us now. The flower applique bag. I mean, what a gorgeous bag anyway. Beautiful shape. But then look at this fabulous applique on the front. This is what Japanese taupe quilting is all about. It's subtle, but my goodness me, it is breathtakingly beautiful, isn't it? Without the bright colour, without the sort of in your face, I suppose, design elements, the attention grabbing, but this is quietly fabulous, isn't it? A flat applique bag, again, great shapes, great, I mean, I love this shape. It is so different. Oh, hello, hello. I'm going to go quicker because this book is going to sell out. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. I love the shape. This is tumbling blocks. Octagon shoulder bag, little zip, trapezoid with little baskets. I mean, every single thing here is an absolute work of art. That is completely gorgeous.
Oh, it's stunning.
Isn't that fabulous? Just goes to show, subtle, soft, gentle, absolutely breathtaking. For $15.99. I mean, I'm not being funny, but you'd pay $9.99. I'd pay $9.99 for one of these patterns.
Oh gosh, absolutely, definitely.
You're getting 25 designs in this book. Even the little passport cover, gorgeous.
Oh, I love the one with the dog.
That's fab. It's going to sell out really quickly. Notebook, pencil case. There's a quilt. Now, there are more of you with this in your baskets than we have stock of. So, with another book coming out later, it's a different book. We'll see if we can get more of these books in for later. You've got lots and lots of techniques. You've got all of your designs, all of your patterns, and it is all in English as well. Now, if you've bought Japanese quilting books before, you may have, I certainly have bought them in Japanese because I thought, well, I can work it out from the numbers, but this is all in English. So, fab. Okay, I'm going to leave that book to one side. I'm just going to mosey on and get some fabrics. I'll be back. I'll be back.
I'll stay here. I'm quite happy stitching.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, isn't it, with Yoko's designs? It's hand sewing.
Oh my gosh,
it's
yes.
Just lovely. Oh, it's so lovely to be able to get close together.
I know, it's lovely. And actually, talk to each
I know,
other.
talk to
and
each
talk
other.
to you as well. So
It is really lovely. It is lovely. And how are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. It's really lovely to have you back.
It's lovely to be here.
First time in the new studio.
I know, and I got completely lost.
Welcome
when
to
we
the
came.
Razzle Dazzle.
I know, but now I know where you are.
Now we are going to have some more fabrics coming up later. So this isn't our only selection of fabrics, but we're going to kind of, you know, spread them out over the next few hours. Now what you've got here is what Cara used for her rooster cushion. And actually I might just grab, oh bless you. So this is another reason why it's great being close together.
I know.
There's that cushion right there. So these are the fabrics that Cara used for the rooster cushion. They do look amazing. So you're getting 10 fat quarters for $37.99, and they are all designed by Yoko Saito. And they have those wonderful, soft, subtle colours. Obviously, we've got that gorgeous red, which was used for the comb and the wattle. I'm so glad I've got chickens and I know what those things are called.
I had to look them up, but I thought I know Stuart will know exactly what they are, and if I get them muddled up, he'll correct me.
Oh gosh, it's yeah. Some of my chickens have got the most extraordinary. I've got some Wyandottes who have what are called pea combs. And so rather than being the big kind of this, they're almost like a sort of, it almost looks like cauliflower. Like a cauliflower,
gosh.
but it's bright red.
Wow.
Am I selling that to you? Possibly not. Like a red cauliflower on its head. But they're very beautiful. So you've got those lovely soft, subtle shades. You've got that gorgeous putty pink. And I'll just show you in the cushion. That's used for the sashing that goes in between the blocks. And it's also used in the rooster's tails and beaks as well. Then you've also got that gorgeous red, which as I mentioned is used in the wattle and the comb. You've got the rich brown. This is a beautiful fabric actually. And again, if you bought the Janet Claire Astra fabrics earlier on and want a little bit of different colour to go with it, this brown would work extremely well, and the prints would work really well too. It's got a gorgeous Japanese aesthetic to it, hasn't it? A Japanese feel, kind of like old kimono. Actually, this colour brown, very, very,
it's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Really lovely.
I love the pattern on it. It's just very subtle.
And this sort of colour and these sort of patterns were used a lot on men's work kimono.
Yes.
This and the blue and kind of like a dark grey as well. Just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm planning a trip actually next year
have you been before?
No.
Oh my gosh,
I
you're
haven't.
Lucky person.
I'm absolutely, you know, obsessed with going.
Will it be sort of sightseeing or will it be seeing?
Well, it'll be both, of course.
Yes,
Yeah. Officially, it'll be a holiday, you know, but there'll be a lot of fabric shopping, of course.
Yes, of course.
And also, apparently, there are wonderful shops that sell antique kimono.
Yes. Oh dear.
Dangerous.
Empty suitcase.
Empty suitcases.
Empty suitcase.
Not on the way back.
You'll have to wear some on the way back.
I'll wear them. I'll be layered up. I'll get on the board the plane in 25
boiling.
kimono. Gorgeous. Love this pale gold with almost like a sort of stem and leaf, kind of almost like grasses blowing in the wind. Really lovely. There's that gorgeous soft putty. We will have half meters of lots of lovely fabrics too if you want more of each fabric. A lovely subtle soft grey and a little darker. This is a great print, this wood print, really lovely. Also there in the green, and again it's those lovely soft subtle colours, like a slate there, that gorgeous tealy blue, and then the red. Now, I think what really brings this fabric group, this collection together, is Cara's cushion. which I'm just going to bring in. And so the only thing that you've added into this, Cara, is this background. And what have you used for that?
It was a natural seeded cotton. I think it was just a normal stock line that we have.
Perfect.
So,
details are on screen. That's just $3.79 for a half metre. Now, while you check out on your fat quarters in your books, we're going to have another little look at those stills of beautiful Japanese taupe quilts. Now here you can see, I think, really clearly the aesthetic that Yoko is all about. It's those gorgeous, subtle, soft colours, the browns, the taupes, and also the delicateness, the intricacy. Now remember, of course, in Yoko's book and typically with Japanese quilts, it's hand pieced, hand appliqued, hand quilted, but you can machine piece, you can machine applique, you can also machine quilt. But it's all about building up that texture and building up that colour. Absolutely gorgeous. Cara,
yes.
welcome properly.
Yes, well, it's lovely to be here and lovely. I feel very privileged to bring these designs and everything. When they sent the information to me, I thought, oh, okay, take a deep breath. And I loved it, absolutely loved it. It was just totally absorbing. And
the books are really different, aren't they? The designs are very, very different to what we normally see in British or American quilting books.
Yes.
What do you think it is about the designs?
I don't know. I was doing the Rooster, and when I had all the fabrics, I had actually 20 fabrics to choose from. So that was wonderful. And I thought, okay. So there are 11 pieces in the actual Rooster itself, but you can see that you've got the, you're going to tell me again, the comb and the wattle?
Wattle.
Comb and the wattle I've done in one colour, the feet in one colour. So there's only actually 8 fabrics that I've used, different fabrics there, but if you turn the cushion over, I've used one of the pieces for the background, and I've popped a zip at the top.
And that all came from one bundle of 10 fat quarters. There's that background, really gorgeous that, isn't it? It's that wonderful kind of teal, turquoisey blue. Just think that's lovely. And that's the same design as the red, isn't it?
It is. And what's lovely is that then it's cohesive.
Yeah.
You know, it pulls everything together because the colours, you know, I was not struggling, but, you know, you don't need a massive amount for all the little pieces.
I think what's incredible is that how you've mixed and matched the same fabrics across all 4 roosters, and they all look totally different.
They do. They look totally different, but it just pulls it together because they're all the same palette.
So clever.
And you've got so much fabric left over to do other projects within the book, which is really, really
because there are lots of smaller projects as well, aren't there? Things like things like spectacle case or pencil case, little appliques on bags that you could use. Are these your typical fabrics that you would work with?
No, not at all. Not at all. The cotton is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. But as a stitcher, I wouldn't necessarily choose those colours to go together. What's lovely is being given a palette of colours and being able to use them. And you know, when you look at them on the table and you think, right, okay. So what I did was I actually cut out sort of all the pieces from each fabric, and then I mixed and matched. So that's why. So I've got loads left over.
Kind of played jigsaw to see what would work.
Yes, because I'd only got 4 to use on the actual cushion, but I've got enough to make another 4, so I can make a matching one, but it wouldn't be matching.
Oh, okay. So you could actually get two cushions out of one pack. That's fantastic value, isn't it? $37.99 for those 10 fat quarters, and they are really different to your regular designs that we see a lot of from things like, for people like Kay and Tula, Riley Blake, and etc., Moda, me. They're really, really different. They have a wonderful look. This would fit so beautifully, Cara. This would fit so beautifully in my sitting room.
Would it?
But I suspect it fits rather beautifully in your sitting room.
Yes, actually, but it would go anywhere. It would go sort of somewhere that was very traditional and somewhere that was quite modern.
Yeah.
I put it outside to photograph it in the sunshine, and it was just lovely.
Gorgeous.
On a wooden bench,
Yeah.
you know, so you could have it a conservatory, you know, different places. So
really fab. Really comes to life when you look at it. Now, Cara, tell us, how do we get started? Because this might be quite a different project for a lot of people. It was a different project for you.
It was a completely different project for me, which I love being challenged. I love sort of having something new and seeing how I get on with it. So, you know, it's just really, really nice to be able to try something different. So the first thing is have a cup of tea, cup of coffee, glass of water or something, and sit down and have a look through. For the rooster...
It's quite monastic of you, Cara, I've got to say. A glass of water.
All right, a glass of gin or wine.
A glass of gin. You've gone the other way now.
Not at 11 o'clock in the morning, I can assure you.
Hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
I know. So this is the instructions that you have, and there are some videos online that Yoko has done. And hopefully this will help you actually, the show here. There are some general instructions at the beginning of the book as well.
Mm-hmm.
So spend some time and have a read through, and sort of depending on the project that you're doing, we were doing the applique, so it actually explains what you need to do. So you're tracing the pattern onto the wrong side of the fabric. If you trace it onto the right side, don't worry, it just means your roosters are facing the other way. But the only thing is stick with the same method for, you know, if you are going to do the cushion. You could have two facing one way and two facing the other.
Yeah.
Or them facing each other.
Yeah, if you did a rectangular cushion with just two roosters facing inwards, that would be quite cool.
Or you could do a line of them on a rectangular one, which would be lovely. So
on a draft excluder.
Oh yes, to match.
Yeah.
We're getting a bit carried away here. So it will go through the general information about applique. I personally am going to, you know, admit here and now on television, live television, I've never done turn applique. I've never done it before.
Really?
So,
okay.
You know, it was something new for me, but it's lovely. It's really, really nice. And what is lovely is that it will take a bit of time. And I think that's the whole thing, is it's not a quick project. It's not something that you're going to rush. It's something that you're going to sort of stitch and really, really, really enjoy.
Absolutely.
And I did. And in fact, you've given me some lovely hints and tips about different ways of doing needle turn applique. So,
yeah, there are lots of different ways you can do turned edge applique, including starch and press. You can use interfacing. There's lots of different methods if you don't fancy needle turn. But also, of course, remember, if you want to make this a quick project, you can use Bondaweb, follow Yoko Saito's instructions, so still trace it onto the paper side, iron it to the wrong side of your fabrics, cut them out, stick them down to your fabric and machine around the edge, blanket stitch, zigzag stitch, or even a straight stitch, and if you want a quicker project. So there's different ways.
I fancied actually having a go with free motion as well.
Yeah,
I thought that would be really good. But what I loved about it, it was something that you said earlier, is that it's not just the applique. Sort of once you've done the applique, it's then everything else that you do on, not on top of that, but as well as. And that's what makes the texture and the beauty of the cushion. If we look at the cushion, can I just take it over here?
Of course you can.
Thank you.
Well, so long as I get it back before I go home.
So once you've done your applique, I will go through the applique with you. But it's then quilting, and it's shadow quilting. So we've got shadow quilting going around. And again, I've never done this before. So around the outside. And I used some of the wadding there. The is it a cotton?
Yep.
Yep. Which is lovely. It's got such a nice feel to it. So I used that, and then I used another piece of the seeded cotton behind it. So I made a quilt sandwich. and doing the echo quilting around the edge, and then the diagonal lines behind. And in fact, I did the diagonal lines behind with the friction pen, and it looked like fencing. So you could actually do that. You could, the chicken fencing.
Yeah, almost like chicken wire. It does, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Yeah, and then there's some free motion actually over the top as well. So, there's just a real good mixture, but it's the texture. I love the texture on it, which is really nice.
Really, really beautiful. Now, if you want to get hold of that pack of 10 fat quarters, all those Japanese Yoko Saito design fabrics, you can get them $37.99. You get 10 fat quarters. Here they are. The only other thing you'll need is some natural seeded cotton fabric, which we've also got available. Half a metre actually is just £3.79. Now these fabrics, absolutely gorgeous palette there of fabrics. You've got that red for the comb and the wattle, you've got the brown, you've got that gorgeous putty pink. Really soft and subtle. These would also work really well for many of the projects in the Yoko's book, Patchwork Bags and Accessories. If you were quick enough and lucky enough to get that book, well done. That has sold out now, hasn't it? We do have another book coming up later. So if you want to get a bit of speculative fabric for your stash, nothing wrong with that. We entirely support that. Beautiful, beautiful fabrics. You could use these for the rooster cushion, but you could also use these in any of Yoko's designs. Really beautiful, really beautiful. Lovely, soft, subtle cotton fabrics. Okay, so we make our templates.
So I traced the actual rooster onto tracing paper, but you can trace it onto sort of any paper that you can see through. And I did it with a very, very thick pen, because the one that I've done here, I did in 4 separate sections, because I wanted to sort of try it and see if I was happy with that. So I did them in 4 separate sections. But in the book, Yoko suggests that you actually do it as a foursome. So you put the design onto your background fabric all together. So I used this against the background and just traced the design on.
Oh, I see. So you've got all 4.
Yeah.
So did you sort of draw the grid out first with a ruler?
Yeah, so I used a friction pen, so I made sure that when I arrived here, even though the fabric was creased, that I didn't iron it. I was very tempted to iron it, and I thought, oh, no. So you would put that, so I'm not sure if you'll be able to see that.
Yeah, I think we can just about see that showing through. Yes, we can see that.
Okay.
So that's why you use such a thick pen.
Yes, so I used a thick pen, and then with the friction pen you would just draw around it. Now this is just for placement. It's not for anything else. It is purely for placement. So when you're stitching, it just gives you that little bit of a guide as to where you're going to place your fabrics and everything. Okay, so you'll do that.
I think if you've only ever done fused applique before, where typically we fuse all the different elements down in one go, so we've got the kind of whole picture. But with needle turn applique, you'll applique the beak to the background fabric, and you've got to know exactly where to place that beak, haven't you, and where the underlap will go.
That's right. So you will spend some time and just trace everything onto the background, as I've done here. The next stage is actually then I made some pattern pieces. So when I was speaking to Stuart this morning, I said, am I best to make them the right size, so exactly the right size, and then add the seam allowance afterwards.
Yeah.
And you recommended that was the better way to do it. So you just will cut out the individual pieces. Turn that round.
And where they sort of underlap or overlap, do you sort of add a little extra on or whatever so they go under?
So you can see that here on the body of the rooster.
Yeah.
You can see here that I've actually done a line across there.
Gotcha.
So rather than follow the zigzag. And that's just something that, it's like with the feet. you just have that overlapping slightly.
Yep.
But when you're cutting it out, so if you were to do this just for Bondaweb, or you were going to put it on and hand stitch it on, so you've got like a raw edge, then these are the pattern pieces that you would use.
Understood.
But if you want to actually use it and then do the needle turn, then you'll take your fabric, and so I've cut out all my pieces, my pattern pieces. So I've got the comb at the top, and you want the fabric to be that way round. So again, you were saying this morning, what you can do is actually draw around this on the right side.
Yeah.
So you want to be sure that your pattern pieces are going to be the right way round. So you can draw around that, and you'll see that I've done it a little bit away from the edge, because then what I'm going to do is actually cut round that and include 1/4 of an inch.
So you're going to add your seam allowance by eye?
Yes, yeah.
Because the thing is as well, you know, we use 1/4 of an inch a lot.
Yes.
But on smaller applique pieces, a slightly smaller seam allowance will be easier to turn. So perhaps not quite as little as 1/8 of an inch, although sometimes on a very small piece, 1/8 of an inch seam allowance is the easiest to work with, but just takes a bit of experience. But
It is,
experiment.
yeah, it is just a case of leaving enough fabric that there is enough to turn under. And on the comb at the top of the bird, you'll notice that the curve here is where that's going to overlap. So your body piece will actually go over that.
Okay, so we don't need to needle turn the bottom edge.
You don't.
We just have a raw edge kind of tucked under the body.
Yes.
Perfect.
So, but you want to include your seam allowance in that piece as well, because that's the part that's going underneath. And because, I'm hoping that you can see this, because you've drawn round it with the friction pen, you've got a line there as well for turning.
Great. So that's the edge we'll turn to.
Yeah.
Lovely message from Fiona, thinking back to that glass of gin. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. That's margarita time. Even
love
better
it.
if it's drunk in Key West. Oh, I like your style.
That sounds good. That
Really
sounds good.
does.
Okay, so you have your piece like that. You can also have, I did my lines on the wrong side. So there are different ways of doing it, because when I did my lines on the wrong side, I'm just going to move this over, I used a Hera marker,
Okay.
which is under here.
What
And,
is a Hera marker for those who've never seen one?
good question. I was given one when I did my City and Guilds, and I thought, what am I going to use it for? And it's lovely for marking actually creases onto fabric, because it doesn't cut into the fabric. It just makes a crease line, and it just helps when you're turning things. So for needle turn applique, it's ideal.
So how do you use it in this instance?
So in this instance, I mean, you may have other descriptions of it and other uses, but you can actually, so this is where I've done the line on the wrong side. So I would take my Hera marker, and the sharp edge of the Hera marker, I would actually draw over my line there.
Okay.
This is the bit that's going to be overlapped, so I can just come straight off that. And then, and it just helps when you're turning.
So it's kind of pre-scoring the
Yes,
the
it is
turning
like
edge.
scoring, yes. So it's
The other
like
thing
the
I've
scoring.
used Hera markers for, which is really good, that cross-hatched quilting that you used in the background.
Oh.
You can mark your cross-hatch.
Oh.
So rather than having to use an ink or a pencil or a chalk to mark
nice.
those lines, just draw the Hera marker over the fabric. The
Yes.
creases stay in really well, actually, for quilting. And then if you just light steam over the top, they'll just come out.
Would you do that on the right side or the wrong side?
Right side.
Okay, and would
Yeah.
you do it when you've got your quilt sandwich or before?
No, I would typically do it when the quilt sandwich is put together.
Okay.
Actually, because if you were doing like a big quilt, you wouldn't want to try marking everything. So you might mark up one block, quilt that, and then mark up your next block
Yes.
and quilt that.
Yes.
So yeah, when it's all layered.
It's not actually damaging the fabric, it's just giving you a line. And again, I'm not sure if you'll be able to see this, but where I've used the Hera marker, I've got a whitish line on the right side, and that helps me with my stitch line. And you can see that it is actually folding. The other thing that Yoko used for, she used the Hera marker, was actually the wider side, and she pressed down that seam. You've also got...
Oh, to actually fold it?
Yes. I've got a roller somewhere.
Oh, yeah. I've got one here.
Yes, so you can use that as well.
I'll just show you actually a couple of tools we've got. Our Hera marker, I'm going to say, I've not seen one of these before. I think this is better. This is better than the Hera marker you're using, and I think you'll agree when you see it.
Is it like a pen?
I'm going to take it out the packet and I'll show it to you, Cara. This is what you could have used.
I know. Now you tell me.
It's a bit cruel, isn't it?
I know.
Right, but what this has got is it has got, can you see here, this really sort of sharp pointy end, which you could literally hold like a pencil and draw around the turn line on the wrong side, which will pre-score it. You've also then got a smaller edge. This reminds me of those little spatulas we had in school for spreading PVA glue. Do you remember those, kids? Really easy to hold. But you could also use this then to mark your quilting lines as well. But yeah, let me just pass that down to you. That's $6.99. It's one of those tools, you know what, you'll buy it once, and as long as you don't lose it, it'll last you a lifetime, and you'll use it so many times.
I know, it's like with this, now I've actually used it, I think I'm going to use it a lot more.
Oh, brilliant.
You know,
absolutely
which is really
brilliant.
good. So, oh yes, I like this.
It's the kind of thing you'd see in a quilt shop and just think, meh, what's the point in that?
Yes.
You know,
no,
piece
this
of white
is good.
plastic.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
Yes. That's lovely.
Easier. Sorry,
definitely,
Cara.
you've got more control over it. But this one I definitely will use over again.
Yeah, that's the one I've got actually, the bigger Hera marker, but now I want one of these. So, can I put out a request? Please don't buy them all. Leave two. One for me and one, they're about to sell out. Forget. We won't get one, Cara.
Oh no, seriously.
Next time. But we've also got the roller.
Yes.
Now, the clover seam roller, again, brilliant, aren't they?
Really good, yes.
Tell me how we use them.
So you've made your mark with your Hera marker or Hera marker, and then you start folding your fabric over. And this is where, for some needle turn applique, you can actually use a glue, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
You know. So if you wanted to, you could put a very fine line of glue, and that will help your fabric turn over. But once you've turned it, I clipped around the curve there. So once you're turning it, you can use this to actually help keep that flat. When you're doing your needle turn applique, you'll be working to the fabric anyway, but this just helps keep the shape and everything. And you can see where I've clipped.
Yeah.
It's just going around the curve much better.
Yeah.
So you
and
can
you see
that
there as well, if you prepared your applique shapes like that, you could then pin that down to your fabric and you could machine stitch that down if you didn't want to hand stitch.
Yes, definitely. And you can press it on the right side as well.
Yeah.
Just be careful where you have clipped that you don't clip right to the line.
Just to a thread or two?
To a thread or two, because you don't want the raw edges coming through. But don't worry, if you have clipped a little bit too close, when you're doing your needle turn, you can actually turn under a little bit extra fabric. Which is
that
really
roller
good.
has now sold out.
Oh,
congratulations if you got it. Also superb if you do English paper piecing, or if you're sewing Y seams just to press your seam allowances down, or bag making too. Anyway, sold out. We'll get more. It's the kind of tool every quilter, every bag maker needs. Now then, so we've cut out our shapes. We've sort of pre-creased or pre-folded our needle turn edge. You don't have to do that, but there is a marked difference in how easy it is to needle turn the edges under when you get to them if you've pre-creased them.
Definitely.
So then we've got our
Then we very
piece of
carefully keep that all to one side.
Uh-huh.
You'll draw around all your pieces, you'll cut around with your seam allowance and everything. You'll do all that preparation that you've just mentioned, and then you'll think, right, okay, I'm ready to start stitching. So what you want to do is then decide what pieces are actually going to be going on first. So this is something that is a personal choice really, but you'll look at the design and you'll think, do you know what, that the comb and the wattle and the beak will be on top, and then you'll place the actual body of the rooster on top of that. So I'll show you just by laying the pieces on. Lost a foot, don't worry. Oh wait, here we go.
Oh, there it is. I've lost a foot, a chicken foot.
Little chicken rooster. They look massive, but don't worry about that. That's because of the seam allowance. So you've actually...
Yeah, they look like duck feet.
I know, they look really cute, don't they? So your feet will go on, your part of the heads will go on, and then you'll want your wings, or the feathers. What are these parts at the back?
Tail.
Just
tail feathers. Yeah, tail feathers.
So then you'll want the tail feathers, and these are where these will overlap.
So when we're actually sewing this, are we going to place everything, or are we going to do like the lowest thing first, applique that, then put the next thing on top?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Cool.
So when I was doing the four, I was doing all the head detail first, the feet, then I did the first part of the tail feather, then I overlapped with the next part.
So you're kind of doing background to foreground.
Yes.
Nice little message coming up. Hi, Stuart and Cara. I bought a Yoko Saito panel a few years ago and couldn't find the fabric to match it until today.
Oh, wow.
So happy. Thank you, Sewing Street. Marilyn, you are welcome at last. Don't forget as well, if you have a look at pre-order on the website, we've got lots more Yoko Saito fabrics coming up over the next couple of hours. We're going to have 0.5 meters of fabric in the next hour. So if you want to jump ahead and get yourself some extra fabrics made for borders bindings for that panel, you can do it. Don't forget to watch the demos though. Learning a lot this morning.
Okay, so that's the order that you would do it. Then you'd have the body, and then you'd have the head.
Ah, so the head actually goes on last.
Yes, because the head overlaps. So the head, you can see now where I've started stitching, and I will do some stitching in a minute. That will go on the top there, and it will go over the... And by the time you got to that stage, you'll be an expert.
Yep.
So, you know, just take your time and don't be frightened.
Absolutely.
And, you know, I was really, need to be very, very careful with my stitches and things like that. It's a handmade cushion.
Yeah, yeah.
So, you know,
and also it's quite a rustic cushion, isn't it? So if some of your stitching is less than perfect, it's going to suit the style.
Definitely, definitely. So this is the one that I've stitched on. So we will do some of the stitching. Yep. But this shows you the layers and why you go in that order. One of the last things you'll do is the eye, and that's just with stranded cotton. I think we've got stranded cotton.
Ah, phew. I was worried that that little white circle was appliqued.
Oh, it could be felt, but it is stranded cotton. It's just satin stitch.
Great.
And then
details on screen actually for the white stranded cotton. It's $1.99. You'll need white. You'll also need some black. And black stranded cotton is coming right up. Black and white. You might have this already, but if not, $1.49. Oh, it's cheaper. Oh well, just as you know what? Yeah. You just sometimes there is no reason why.
Just go with it.
There we go. All right.
So once you've done all your hand applique, your needle turn and everything, you've got your cockerel on there. You'll draw your background for the quilting. You'll do your echo quilting first. Then you'll do the background quilting, and then with a contrast thread, you'll actually stitch down these lines as well. That's once you've made your sandwich.
So you can add some kind of extra detail, some feather detail to the rooster. Now I'm really intrigued to see how to do needle turn, because you actually use the needle to turn the fabric, right?
You do, you do. So this is the beak that I've got. I'm just going to make sure that you can see. So you'll see that the shape is roughly going on the shape of the beak that I've actually drawn onto the fabric. And if you're right-handed, you want to actually have your applique piece towards you and your background fabric that way, and you'll be working from right to left. It's just much easier to do it that way because you're going to be using your needle to turn the fabric under. And that's where you can follow the guide, that's where you can follow your lines.
So you sort of sweep that bit of fabric underneath with your needle.
Yeah.
And what sort of distance, because this is something I think a lot of new needle turn appliqueurs get wrong. How much fabric do you want to sweep along?
On these tiny pieces, just a few stitches, a few threads.
Yeah. So it's literally maybe like 1/4 of an inch of seam allowance you're going to sweep under.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes. The actual fabric is just the 1/4 of an inch.
Yeah.
But the stitches themselves are just really tiny. As small as you can make them and as small as you can feel comfortable.
Yeah.
But again, I'm turning it under as I'm stitching.
Yeah.
And I've clipped the curves, so the curves, the shapes there. So I'll do a stitch into the fabric and then a stitch into the fold.
And I see you're just kind of holding that edge down with your fingernail, aren't you? Just to hold it firmly in place.
And then...
And you can shape the fabric as well.
You can. And the applique pins will be really useful. I've used just normal pins and pinned on the wrong side there.
Now, why do you pin from the back, Cara?
Because you told me to, Stuart.
Oh, stop it. I was handing that to you on a plate. Honestly, we practiced this.
Sorry, ignore that last bit.
So, Cara,
yes.
Why would you pin from the back?
You pin from the back because if you've got your pin underneath, it means that you haven't got the actual head of the pin and the sharp point of the pin to catch your thread.
Yeah.
So if it's on the back, just be careful. These are long pins. The applique pins are a lot shorter than that. So you would have your applique pin on the back there. With the longer pins, you've just got to be careful that you don't keep pricking yourself with the sharp edge. But when you've done a few stitches, you can take the pin out and pop it to one side. And it just means that you've got a little bit more control over your stitching. Now you can see on the beak here that I'm overlapping the wattle, is that right? Right word. Because that's my seam allowance. Can you see there? That's my seam allowance of the beak, and I've got my seam allowance of the wattle there. So all I'm doing is just overlapping, because when I come to stitch the head of the rooster, I'll be going over those raw edges. So you just want to overlap slightly. You don't want to just stop. Because when you come to do the, and don't worry if your stitches underneath are going to be a little bit bigger, because you want that nice and secure.
Yeah, it's just kind of controlling the underlap, isn't it? It's just holding it in place. Oh, that looks really neat.
So then just take your needle to the wrong side. I have been using knots to start with, but I'll just do a couple of stitches on the wrong side within the fabric so that it's keeping it nice and neat. And that's the thing, is just take your time. And realise that it is some very controlled hand stitching, which is really nice.
Yeah, something. Obviously, of course, you can prepare your applique shapes in one step, perhaps in the morning when it's nice and bright and light or whatever, and you've got that time to just sort of precisely mark and turn the edges. And then perhaps later in the evening where you just want to sit down, do some quiet bit of sewing, or in the afternoon, then you can just sit and just sweep those edges under with your needle, stitch them down. The other thing, there's all sorts of different ways you can stitch that edge down. I know that another way of doing it is to use a very small running stitch. So you do actually have a visible line of running stitches, just maybe 1/8 of an inch or even less from the edge. So you're still holding down the turned edge, but you've actually got almost what looks like quilting running around your applique shapes. That's another way of doing it, and it's a little bit faster than the traditional applique stitch.
Yes, and also you can do that actually either before you've made your quilt sandwich, or you can do it afterwards, can you? To sort of do your running stitch. It's not so easy.
Possibly, it might be a bit difficult to get through all the layers, but it's just a different way of appliquing. Or, of course, bond web, no turn under allowance, cut out your shapes, fuse them to the background, and machine applique. Now, we've got little packets of bond web if you want to use that. They're $2.99. And it's 120 centimetres by 17.5 centimetres. So sort of about this wide, and you get a 1 metre 20 centimetres for $2.99. That would be plenty of bond web to create the gorgeous Yoko Saito Rooster cushion.
Yes.
It's a cock-a-doodle-doo. It really is. It's a fabulous project. Love it. Love the mix of fabrics. You can get that pack of 10 fat quarters in the show. There are other fat quarters coming up later, and half meters too. You could mix and match, but these are the ones that Cara used in her example. $37.99. Gorgeous fabrics, those. Really lovely and subtle. You've still got that gorgeous red, putty pink, a little bit of soft green there, and a very, very soft golden colour, which is useful for things like the beaks, maybe the tail feathers, the feet.
I think as well it was sort of having a contrast, so it's sort of looking at the designs and thinking, well, I want a contrast between the head and the body, and then you know, having the sort of the tail feathers sort of just toning, which is beautiful. So,
but what's fabulous on the example that Cara's made is that it's the same fabrics in each rooster, but they've been placed differently. Only things like the wattle and the comb are in the same position, but what you end up with is 4 very, very different looking roosters. And you were saying earlier that you've got enough fabric in that bundle to make 2 of these.
Definitely. I had, these are all the so when I got the fabric, I took the pattern pieces and sort of cut 1 rooster from each of the fabrics. So I had a full set of red, a full set of the green, a full set of the brown, and just did that with all of the different quarter meters that I had. And then I mixed and matched so that I wasn't having sort of the same colours. But this was the fabric that I had left over.
Oh, loads.
And that's enough to make another cushion easily.
Fantastic.
Yeah, which is really good.
You could make your very own Franken-rooster out of all the bits you've got left. Just sew them all together. It's alive! Oh, fabulous. I mean, it's a great project, and it's a new skill to learn.
It is a new skill to learn, and you know, I was a little bit apprehensive when I first did it, but I loved it, and I know that it's not going to be my last sort of needle turn.
So, a little reveal, if you hadn't already got the message, Cara had never done needle turn applique before this cushion. Here is her first needle turn project. I mean, it's fabulous. It's fabulous.
Thank you.
Amazing. If you weren't an expert before you did this, you definitely are now, Cara.
I'm still learning, because that's when I was talking to you this morning, and I'm definitely still learning. And as you do more, you learn different techniques, you learn different ways of doing things.
But it's a cracking project, and it's your first go at needle turn applique.
Thank you.
So I hope that gives you courage and hope at home too. Now, Cara, you'll be back in about an hour's time, won't you?
I will be, yes.
With the second book.
Yes, and that was more sort of like the patchworky bits.
Fabulous.
So, you know, I'm really going on a journey here.
Yeah, it's the Sewing Room Sampler. We've got more fabrics from Yoko Saito coming up in the next hour. We're just going to take a little break. And when we come back, we'll see you with more fabrics.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com. Or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
hello sewing friends, it's really lovely to have your company here at Sewing Street today, and always my first time actually in the new studio. It's really lovely to be on one desk with the guest now, with Cara this morning. It's been so lovely to get sort of closer together, really lovely. Thanks for all the messages you've been sending in as well. It's terrific to have your company. Now the focus of this hour and the next hour afterwards actually is more Yoko Saito, and it's all about Japanese taupe quilting. If you've never seen it before, we've got some lovely inspirational shots to share with you very shortly. The idea is it's about subtlety, it's about gorgeous kind of browns and taupes and creams, but also greys and greyish blues and a little bit of soft colour, soft greens, a little bit of soft red in there as well, or golden yellow. Intricate piecing, maybe with a plique too, hand or machine quilting. And I remember reading once that in Japan the fashion, well, it's not really a fashion, just the way of doing things is very much more about one quilt in a year, making one quilt. Makers concentrate on making one quilt, and it's detailed and it's multi-layered, and there's piecing, hand piecing often, hand applique, hand quilting. If you've ever been to a Japanese quilt show, or if you've ever seen exhibitions of quilts made by Japanese makers, you'll probably recognise these aesthetics coming through. They're breathtaking. They're the quilts at things like Festival of Quilts we all stop at, we all gaze in wonder and think, how long, just terrific, amazing. But you can also get that aesthetic in your own quilting with projects you're already maybe familiar with. Now I want to share a lovely book with you. I have this book and I've made a few projects from it. It is a beautiful book. It's not by Yoko Saito actually, it's by Akemi Shibata, who has written a number of really, really good books actually. And one of the things about the Japanese authored books, they're amazing value, not just because they have loads of projects. This one has 28 projects in it, but also like the projects are really different to things you'll see in British or American quilting or bag making books. Lots of multi-skill projects. So for example, you can see on the front cover bags which include piecing, applique, embellishments, stitchery or embroidery, and hand or machine quilting. So lots of different skills in one. This book's $14.99, which means that your projects are about 55p per pattern, aren't they? Which is just amazing. I mean that, you know, I always want the book if the very first page it looks like something I want to make. Yeah, I don't need to look any further because I look at that and think, oh my goodness, that's so different. It's so beautiful. I'd really enjoy making that. Absolutely gorgeous. Think about perhaps you've got charm squares or even mini charms that you don't know what to do with. What a beautiful project to make. Again, really gorgeous, subtle bags. You might well have scraps, but you'll need some yardage. We've got 0.5 meters of Japanese taupe fabrics in the show today. Now, half of the stock of this book has already sold out. This is lovely. Quilting, applique, little bit of embellishment, embroidery, or beads in fact, little bead work on this. Really different, isn't it? But what's essentially a very simple tote bag. So again, this sort of shape, this style of making a bag, you could make again and again and again, with or without the appliques. I'm going to whiz through this quite quickly. A gorgeous convertible backpack. That's one of the ones I've made. This sunflower tote's gorgeous, isn't it? That's lovely. We did a cheetah cloth actually in the autumn that was very similar to those sort of sunburst patterns. This has got some gorgeous embroidery on it, white work embroidery. What a lovely way to create modern, fresh. It's really different, isn't it? There are 5 books left. Be super quick. It is really beautiful. A message from collector in Merseyside. I am all for this way of thinking. Could easily spend a year or more making one quilt. It takes me that long to start some projects. Collector, you are a card. I know what you mean though. I know what you mean. And the thing is, I love a quick project. I love a quick fix. I've got an hour, I've got an afternoon, I just want to make something. That's lovely. But it is also really lovely to have a sort of slow burn project, isn't it? But equally, these projects could be simplified. If you want to make something quicker, use the basic shape of the bag, lose the applique, lose the piecing, just make it out of a, fun, funky fabric. Book's about to sell out. Well done if you got yours. Well done if you got yours. Just beautiful. Can't wait to see what you make. Gorgeous. Now, we're going to look at some bundles of Japanese taupe fabrics. I'd really like to start with the browns and creams. These are my favourite colours in Japanese taupe fabrics. These are my favourites. These are gorgeous. Now, this is a bundle. Okay, you're getting 6 different fabrics, 1/2 metre of each. It's got a gorgeous kind of ombre shading from dark to light. I'm already thinking gorgeous little log cabin or courthouse steps blocks. If you've struggled to buy Yoko Saito's fabrics in this country before, struggle no more, stock up. This is a beautiful one. This has got a tiny little bit of deep cranberry red, just very, very subtle. It's really gorgeous. So soft and gentle. You've got 6 1/2 meters. Again, these could be 2 halves of a log cabin, or you could do an ombre log cabin and then have a contrast for the other half. Also really beautiful for any of your piecing, bag making. I mean, I know this book now has sold out, but if you are thinking about, if you were lucky enough to get the book and you're thinking, okay, some fabrics for this now, what would I mean, this, for example, here's our fabrics. Good to go. Good to go. These aren't the fabrics this is made out of, but these are perfect. Use this for the base. Use these for piecing the top. There's a little bit of soft kind of greyish blue in there, greyish blue. Now we've actually got some greyish blues coming up. So would work perfectly, but really it's about having these fabrics as your base. You might well actually be able to draw some fabrics from your stash. Once you've got the basic set of 6 1/2 meters, take these to your scraps, take these to your fat quarters and start slotting in a few extras. The fat quarters from our last hour, by the way, will be available. They are still available on the web. We're going to bring them back in the next hour with Cara, but these also would mix in really well. And that way then with this plus that, you'd have 16 different fabrics. Great start on your Japanese taupe odyssey. Absolutely gorgeous. $44.94. We've got single figures on this. Single figures, really popular. This is the first time actually on Sewing Street that we've really delved into Japanese taupe quilting, and I remember when it first sort of launched in this country, we first saw Japanese taupe fabrics, and I know that I and every quilter I knew just went wild for them because they're so different and they're so appealing. Now this next bundle are those slatey bluish greys. Lots of these have already gone on pre-order. Again, they have a wonderful soft subtle style charcoal with that little hint of black and red in there. Same print but in a more of an ash grey. This is more of that blue grey. This is that slate. And I think this works absolutely beautiful with those browns. Come home with me. Aren't they gorgeous? That's what I do in shops. I just grab things and go, come with me. I can't help it. I can't help it. You know, I'm just the same as you. I look at fabric, my mouth starts to water, then it goes dry, then I get goosebumps, and then I just grab everything and I run as fast as I can. You know, we're all the same. Now this one, this one definitely has a sort of taupe grey to it, doesn't it? It's more of what I would call a brown grey or a beige grey. And again, if you think of how that works with those, you suddenly see the brown in that. Okay. And then this one, more of a light ash. And again, another which has that taupe, that brown grey. Greys are white-based, brown-based, or blue-based, typically. Lots and lots of love on the Facebook page for these. They're different, aren't they? Jane's just put love, love, love. Yeah, you don't need to say anything else. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? Love at first sight. They are beautiful. Great for bag making. Absolutely beautiful for those, you know, those little projects. You can make things like a little frame purse, little hexagons sewn together, maybe a little bit of applique, hand quilting. Doesn't have to be a huge project. Now, both of these bundles, I'm just going to give you one last look at them. We won't come back to these. The brown and the blue grey and the greys, both over allocated. More of these in baskets than we have. So please check out. We won't see these again. We will do these by the half metre, of course, so we will kind of see them again. You could make your own little mini bundles, but just a hint. Over allocated. Do check out your baskets. Make sure you get your beautiful Japanese tops of choice. Now, this next one, we saw a little fat quarter of this earlier on. This again is Yoko Saito, and these are all designed around like a wood floor, almost like a plank, wood plank effect. These absolutely brilliant. I'm just going to grab the book again. I mean, great for appliquing trees, but also I'm thinking this, where you're weaving, it almost like woven strips, or if you're doing something like Baltimore style applique, but done in Japanese taupes, that looks incredible. Woven baskets with flowers and leaves coming out of them, like bias stems that are woven together. These would look amazing used for that. Absolutely amazing. Now this is a bundle all on its own. You're getting 4 half meters, so 2 meters in total for $29.96. So you've got a couple of greys. This is a brown grey, which is now officially a thing. This is a light ash, really lovely, gorgeous, that very Scandi looking, and then you've got the two more browner shades, a kind of a darker tan and then a lighter tan. Work really well together, and as I say, these would be superb. Make bias, I'm not on the bias actually for woven baskets by and large, because you're just using them straight strips, but then weave them in and out. If you put a little bit of fusible web on the back of each one, once you've woven it and you've got it in the right shape, you can then iron it onto a goddess sheet, you know, the Teflon sheet, which will fuse that framework together. Then you can cut out the outside shape, applique that down, and then you would put like bias tape around the outside edge of the basket to finish those raw edges. Really love that. Great stash builder as well. This would also work really well if you do things like landscape quilts. Those kind of textures. Only 8 of those bundles are left. The other bundles, the brown and the grey bundles, have now sold out. We will do them by the half metre. They are all available by the half metre at the moment. Now then, these fabrics in front of me, these aren't a bundle. These are all available individually. So I'm going to show you these individually. We basically, whatever Yoko Saito had got, we said, yes, we'll have. I did this basically, and I ran. We had, do you know, I'm going to tell you something. We had to wait 10 weeks to be able to get Yoko Saito's books in. That's how hard to find they are. And also, you know, they're not something we're going to be able to easily restock, unfortunately. So if you see anything that you fall in love with today, grab it. Grab it. We had a lovely email earlier on from a lady who'd bought a panel, I think years ago, Yoko Saito panel years ago, and hasn't been able to find fabrics until today. So let me show you these fabrics now. Remember, this isn't a bundle, but I'm just going to show you them all together just to get started. And then we'll run through them. So we have 3 blues, a black and a green. I'm going to start with the green. Now, mostly Japanese top quilts are those browns, greys and blues, but a little bit of colour, a little bit of green, a little bit of red often. So this one is CP09. We've seen this design earlier on, and I just want to show you here, this is Centenary Collection by Yoko Saito. They're all Yoko Saito, they're all made in Japan too. These really are Japanese fabrics. This is that gorgeous design that we saw in red earlier on for the Rooster's Comb and Wattle. And it's a really deep ivy green or a deep Kelly green. Now we'll just show you a little inspiration for a second, just to show you where the green comes in. Do you see there? Can you see the green leaves on that blue flower in the centre? The stem, that uses the wood print. Yeah, you can see how it uses. That green's really important. It kind of brings the more floral elements of these quilts to life. You can see lower down, I think it's a tea cozy with the house and the little sort of plants growing up around the house. Again, you'd use those little subtle greens there. It just brings the whole thing to life. Great message. Morning, lovely Stuart. I adore all of these fabrics. And hubby said, you get what you want, as he left for work. Lucky me. Love to you, Jane. Jane. He sounds like a keeper. You just get what you want. Fabulous. I love it. Thanks for that message, Jane. Really super. I remember seeing a sign once in a quilt shop and it said, your husband rang. He said, buy anything you want. I love that. Okay, now while I'm showing you these fabrics by the half metre, we've got one which is kind of a black with charcoal grey, which is rather lovely. Now this is AZ51. And this is that same print, but here the design is lighter than the background, $7.49 for a half metre. Now, I'm actually really surprised that the price is the same as Moda fabrics, because I've bought quite a lot of Japanese fabrics via Japan, if you like, in the past, and they are normally much more expensive. This is a great, yeah, they're made in Japan. Yeah, absolutely. It's a difficult process, importing from anywhere really. But Japan, things are much more expensive anyway, aren't they? So that's that black and charcoal grey print. Fab. Again, available by the half metre. You just choose how many units you want. It'll be cut to order. Now the last 3 prints that I'm going to show you from this little area are all blues. I'm going to start with this one. This might just be my favourite. It's very gorgeous though, very gorgeous. Now I would like to make, there's a type of jacket, it's like a winter kimono jacket called a haori. I think I've pronounced that right. I hope I've pronounced it. A haori. And it's a quilted, like a padded, short jacket that's worn traditionally during the winter as a sort of like an extra layer, like a sort of coat layer. That would be so beautiful for making that sort of jacket. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is BW16. I just love that design. It's been very, very popular on pre-order. Again, it's got quilt making, bag making written all over it, but I also think it's got a real dressmaking vibe to it as well. Super, super, super. Sue is now asking Jane a question. A message for Jane. Is her husband available to give mine lessons in good husbandry, please? Fight, fight, fight. Oh, Sue, I know. He sounds rather wonderful. I can't complain. My own husband says exactly the same thing to me. Fab, fab. Yes, he does also expect me to help with lambing, you know, so it's give and take. It's give and take. Oh, I can't wait to show you pictures actually. If Charlie doesn't send any pictures in, I've got a few pictures I can show you hopefully later or maybe tomorrow of the lambs and the kids that have been born. It's such an exciting time. Now this next one is VR20. Again, I think this has got a great dressmaking vibe to it. It's a really, really dark navy background. It's almost black, but it is definitely blue. If I just put black next to it, yeah, which does kind of almost look brownish against it, but I think it's because it's got the grey. Anyway, it's definitely blue, but really deep, really dark. Again, maybe something like a dressing gown would be very, very smart, wouldn't it? Kind of folded cuff, tie waist, summer trousers, very nice. Yeah, oh gosh, 3/4 length, but wide leg, pants, yeah, with Birkenstocks, nice little top. Yeah, that would be gorgeous. That would be gorgeous. I wear a lot of navy in the summer actually. Mrs. from Lincolnshire has said, hello Stuart, wonderful fabrics. I've managed to get the taupe pack so far. Have been waiting a century for these. Haha, love your enthusiasm. Oh, well, absolutely. We've never had these fabrics before. We've never had these style of fabrics before. We've had requests and we've had things like Sashiko before now, and we've had the odd fabric pack from maybe one of our designers that nods towards, but we've never had Yoko Saito. It does feel like a century that we've been waiting, but they're here now. Well done for getting the taupe pack, by the way. More fabrics coming up later, by the way. Still some new and fresh. This one is YR16. Now this is a gorgeous, rich, warm blue. It's been called space blue. Space blue. Now, I don't know if you're thinking what I'm thinking, but these blues in particular would work really, really well with Janet Clare's Astra that we had on at 8 o'clock. Yeah, because they've got those same blues and they've also got those lovely, now I dare to say modern designs, but I'm pretty certain these are probably quite sort of traditional looking Japanese fabrics. But it's interesting, isn't it, once you start dipping into other textile traditions, what is centuries old, eons old for them, looks fresh and modern for us, and when we use it in a design it feels very modern, because our sort of traditional fabric designs, you know, we think of maybe things like, oh, I don't know, chintz and ditzy florals and Regency stripes and things like that. So this looks very modern. It's just very, very refreshing to dip into or use fabrics from different textile traditions. It really enlivens and invigorates our work. Give it a go. Give it a go. Try a half metre or two. Have a go at making maybe a bag or a small project, maybe some cushions. See how you get on. So those are all available by the half metre. Now then, where would you like to look next? Yeah, let's do fabrics by the half metre from the browns. Now these were super popular. If you missed out on the bundle, you could get half metres of each, make your own bundle. Price wise, is that going to come out the same price? Exactly the same price. Okay, so making up your own bundle will not cost you any more money. So if you missed out on that bundle, brilliant, this is your chance. Okay. Even if you checked out, don't forget you'll only pay 1p and P, you can go back. Maybe you're thinking, okay, that's cool, I got my bundle, but I want 1 or 2 fabrics for borders, or maybe I'm going to make a bag and I need a metre of each. This is a great opportunity now. So let's start perhaps with the larger print. What I think is now going to be referred to as my favourite print. My favourite print, thank you. You may know it as circles on dark brown, but believe me, this is just my favourite print. All right. Again, this, for me, has got that kind of reproduction, 1850s look as well. This would fit. This would fit. Yeah. It's got that kind of look. Because, of course, I think... you know, kind of exploration, empire. It was all about traveling the world, bringing back different traditions, and they became integrated, didn't they, into sort of fabric traditions. Lots of different inspirations there. This is that really, really deep, kind of like a sort of almost cocoa brown background, and then a lovely soft taupe cream spot and design. Lovely. Again, shirt, I mean, quite from the 70s, I think, shirt, but nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Actually, I could imagine Mark Francis in a shirt made out of this. Mark, if you're watching, I'm sure you'll agree. Available by the half metre, £7.49. Brilliant price because this is made in Japan fabric. Okay, next one is GJ63. So this is a lovely warm mid-toned brown. And again, these just fit in so beautifully with that taupe. This was very, very popular on pre-order. You can still buy this by the half metre. If you wanted, say, 2 metres to be able to do some dressmaking with, 4 units. If you need 3 metres, 6 units. Okay. Now next one has a little bit more variation in it, I suppose. This has got some kind of golden tan, some deep chocolate brown on that lovely warm background. Code-wise, this is SO48. Now there's only 10 metres of this left, which I know sounds quite a lot, and if it was in a quilt shop, 10 metres would be their full bolt on the shelf. But here on Sewing Street, that's probably about 5 minutes worth. So don't hang about if you love that. That would be really, really lovely for dressmaking. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous for dressmaking. It does not look like hobnobs, Hannah. I sort of see what you mean about the kind of rustic texture in the background, but really, I think you need to just get yourself a piece of fruit or a snack or something. I don't want to hear any mention of biscuits, crisps or chocolate Oh, I brought Hannah some eggs last time I came from our chickens, and she made a frittata, which is wonderful. Well done. Very good. Now this next fabric, I'm gonna mention Christmas now, because because of these tiny little dots of red, I just think, oh, it's kind of frosted, wintry, the little berries. But, I mean, not at all. Not at all. Sorry, Hannah, I'm getting so carried away. It is. So carried away with the gorgeous fabrics. But if I'd said to you at the start, this is a Christmas fabric, you'd have said, what rot. But I can absolutely see how I could use this within a more wintry project. But just lovely, and I love that little touch of soft red. Of course, we did have that gorgeous red in the fat quarter bundle of 10 that we saw in the previous hour. We will be bringing that back. 2 more fabrics in this collection, DN51. This is those sort of blown grasses. Kind of a mixture here of taupe and grey, which I think is very subtle and lovely. If you're planning a project, by the way, with these, I'd really like to know what you're planning. Is it a pattern that you've already got? Is it something from the Yoko Saito book? Is it something from the So Beautiful Quilted Bags by Akimi Shibata? Let us know. Let us know. Maybe you found something on Pinterest that you can't wait to make up. I mean, let us know. Again, this last one, this is, I'll have a bolt of that, thanks, AX98. Because this is such a useful fabric. It's somewhere between a cream and a grey. So it's a warmer cream. Love the overall print. This is the same print, actually, that I was mooning over in the really, really dark navy. Yeah. Yeah. Our producer Hannah was just saying to me this is like her dream fabric because it's just so like anything, everything, all of that, thank you. Everything. Beautiful. And really gorgeous actually if you were planning an applique quilt in the taupes, this would be amazing for the background. If you love contemporary quilting, if you love modern quilting, that would work. Because again, even though I dare say, I'm sure, that design, that style is centuries old for Japan, it feels and looks very fresh, very modern to my eyes. So would work really well in a contemporary quilt, but also would work so well in traditional. So those are all our browns and creams. If you missed out on the bundle, remember you can make your own bundle, buy a ½ metre of each of those. It won't cost you a penny more than you would have paid by buying the whole bundle. It just means you have to buy them separately. But that bundle did sell out. Now next up we've got the greys, then those lovely sort of slaty grey blues as well. The bundle has sold out, but you can make your own bundle. Remember, same price. Now this one with the red is absolutely flying out. There are 5.5 meters left. You already have that code, Hannah, yeah? Again, dressmaking, oh yes. If you want a focus print for a quilt or a bag, you could mix in just a little black, a little red into this. You've got your bag sorted. All these fabrics, of course, designed by Yoko Saito. They're all centenary collection. Got a message from Julia. Morning all, I'm loving these Yoko Saito fabrics, but my sewing is all put away as I'm prepping for a kitchen to arrive. Oh Julia, I want to hug you. I hope you get it back soon, Julia in Surrey. Well, that's very exciting, but it's the upheaval, isn't it, of your kitchen being packed away. I spend so much time in my kitchen. But these fabrics are timeless. If they're going in your stash and you pull them out in a year's time, they're still going to look absolutely beautiful. Now this next one is TQ03. This might be my favourite of the greys. I think that is so elegant. And again, I think a really beautiful long dressing gown made out of that would be incredible. Very 1920s chic, bobbed hair, martini, darling. Don't you think? It's kind of the life I live now, honestly. Not. But you know, kind of leaning against a white grand piano with a martini, sort of languidly sipping. Beautiful. I also think this is very home decor as well. So cushions, curtains, blinds. And I do use quilt weight cotton for things like curtains and blinds. But what I would do is I would add a light to medium weight interfacing, iron-on interfacing to the back. And then I would also use something like a bump to interline the blind or curtain to create that sort of heavier weight. But then you get all that beauty of the fabric that you might have found in a quilt weight cotton, but for home decor. Equally, if you're going to use this for something like cushions, or if you wanted to recover something like a stool, layer it with batting first, quilt it, then use it for your upholstery or your cushions, and you'll have that kind of thick, more robust texture, but from a quilt weight cotton. Okay, next one, same print, but in the gorgeous sort of slatey blue colour. Now this was the one that I really thought would mix beautifully with the browns and the taupes in that backpack, rucksack type project. Gorgeous, isn't it? Got a bit of navy in there as well. So for example, if you wanted to mix this then with perhaps one of the blues, really nice, but possibly even nicer. See, I love that. That's really working for me. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Really lovely. Okay, let me pop that to one side. These fabrics have been so popular. And I'm really glad you're loving them because I just think they're gorgeous. Some lovely messages on Facebook. Fiona's messaged. Jane's husband has obviously not realised how much fabric there is in this hour. Yeah, it's quite dangerous. Buy whatever you want. All of it. All of it. Everything. Yes, quite. Oh, why not? Why not? This is gorgeous. So this, I don't know, can you see what I see? Because what I'm seeing now, I didn't see it before, are actually stripes, vertical stripes in this fabric. So if you wanted to use this borders or the top of a bag, for example, I mean, you could cut it either way. So it could be that the top of the bag like this, and then you could quilt in between, or you could cut it the other way so that actually, you see what I mean? So you had that sort of almost like that band running across the top of your bag. And then maybe, it's almost like we've got the wood grain there, isn't it? Oh, actually, do you know what I think? What about some lovely storage baskets? Simple storage baskets. Google hour basket on the internet. You'll find a 1 hour Boselinar form fabric, really quick basket with handles, and they literally are, you'll make them several in an hour. That would look gorgeous. That pieced around the top, we'll use the wood print, any of the wood prints actually. That's the tan wood print, and it's a bit confusing next to the table, isn't it? But you could do a whole set. Oh, see, how lovely is that? Really gorgeous. Set of baskets or boxes almost for storage in your sewing room or kitchen or anywhere really. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. Really enjoying this morning's fabrics. They're so different. Very different for me, perhaps quite different for you, but really beautiful. This is UJ32 This is a lovely light ash version of that same print. Isn't that pretty? Really pretty. And you could use that with the light ash. Oh, of course, yeah. So this is the previous fabric, which has got, this one has got much more of a kind of, it's a warm grey, that kind of browny grey or taupe grey background. This is very much a sort of bright ash, sort of silvery grey. You think grey's grey, don't you, until you start sort of putting them together, and then you see the sort of brown grey, silver grey, blue grey, but don't they work beautifully together? And this is what's so clever in Japanese taupe quilts. All of these colours put together creates this kind of shimmering, subtle beauty. Okay, one more from that bundle that's available by the ½ metre, so you can have as much or as little as you like, just in ½ metre increments. Remember, if you missed out on the silver and blue grey bundle, you can make your own just by ½ metre of all of these 6 fabrics. So this is the last one, and again it's another kind of taupey grey, TB71. This is that sort of tossed grasses. Little bit of kind of almost like a golden tan. And if I was to pick out a colour that golden tan is, it's this. It's this colour. Just in the stems. Gorgeous. Oh, I'm obsessed with the idea of making some baskets and boxes now using this fabric. Get yourself organised, maybe to keep your stash of yarn in or something like that. It doesn't have to be fabric, does it? Okay. Now the wood prints are also available by the ½ metre, so I'm going to grab these down. We've got our 2 which are kind of greyish, and then our 2 which are more taupes and browns. Anywhere to start? Let's start with this one. This one is XA10. Now this is that kind of, you know, like limed oak, like a dark limed oak to me. This is grey-brown, subtle wood grain effect within there. Oh, now then. Oh, clever, clever viewers. Thank you for that. That's from Victoria. Brilliant message. Victoria said these would be perfect for the frames of an attic window quilt. Wouldn't they just? Wouldn't they just? And then you could use like light and dark or 2 different shades to create that sort of shaded effect. Brilliant idea, that, Victoria. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so that's that one. Now the sort of lightest, brightest would be this one. This is GE69, and this is that sort of really pale silver ash colour. Very pretty. Soft and gentle. And again, wintry, looking almost very bright and fresh. Okay, remember you just want 2 meters, that's 4 units. Excuse me 1 minute. Still got that tickle. Okay, the lightest brown that we've got, this is XA13. And this would work really well if you were doing attic windows with this next one that's coming up. Okay, like ½ metre of this, ½ metre of the darker. That would be great for decent size, kind of lap quilt size for all those frames. Okay, and then the last one in the wood grain effect is the dark Tan, which is a real lovely kind of honey wood colour. This is WK06. Yeah, 06. There we go. And Yoko designed this with things like stems in mind, and also with kind of bias, folded bias that would be woven together to create baskets, boxes, things like that. Either appliqued or real, you know. Fab, gorgeous stuff. Now that's all of the Yoko Saito fabric that we have in this hour. We do still have some really lovely things, but that's everything from Yoko. So, some sashiko. Oh, yep, there will be some fat quarters from Yoko in the next hour, and some new ones, and also a brand new book as well from Yoko, which I know you'll love, which is Piecing, Patchwork. Now, a book I want to share with you. Now, this is taking a sort of slightly sideways look. This is from Annie's Quilting. These are jelly roll baskets and bags. Now, what we thought was, you know, you might not have the time or the inclination to do very, very intricate piecing or applique, but you might want some inspiration for projects you could use these Japanese taupe fabrics for. And so this book, I think, would work really, really well. You've got some great designs in here. I mean, these would look so great done in the browns or the greys in the Japanese taupes. And these all use 2.5-inch strips. This Manhattan bag, again, you could cut just strips of taupe, sew them together and create the bag. That's really smart, I like that. It's got quite a sort of Japanese aesthetic anyway. The casserole carrier. What does every visitor bring with them? A casserole, obviously. The fabric baskets. Now these would look great done in taupes. These would look great actually done in the wood prints. Just a saying, just a saying. Country kitchen, anybody? The expandable lunch bag, again, that's almost got that sort of taupe look to it, hasn't it? Greys, browns, creams mixed together. It's only $7.99. It's a great price. The Savannah tote. Cape Cod basket. I wouldn't personally put cod in there, but I mean, you know, each to their own, I suppose. I've actually been to Cape Cod. It was so lovely. And I was having lunch, actually crab cakes, as you do, in a lovely restaurant in Martha's Vineyard, actually. And there was a lady who was having lunch at the next table who lived on Martha's Vineyard, and she said to me, what are your plans for the afternoon? I said, oh, you know, just kind of travelling around. She said, I'm not working this afternoon, I've got a free afternoon. She said, let me take you in my car and give you a tour of Martha's Vineyard. She said, I live here, it's such a beautiful place, I want to show you the whole island. So we jumped in her car and we had the most fabulous afternoon driving around. Did you hear that? And I love this, the London basket. You don't have to put London inside it, but you could. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Gorgeous. Yeah, really like that. So these would work really, really well with the Japanese taupe fabrics. It's $7.99. Got loads of inspiration. 11 different designs there. I think that's great value. Really good. Now we've got some sashiko. Now these would work so nicely if you stitch them up, and then you could add some patchwork or some borders, maybe to create a little wall hanging, little table mat or runner or cushions with the taupe fabrics. Now let's start with KBY H97. KB97. KB97. Now this is gorgeous. Have we got a picture of the whole thing, or? We've got a picture of the whole thing. I think you'll see this better. That's amazing. Oh, it's a bit blurry though. I'm going to open this up. This is incredible. Great design. It's $19.99, or is it? Okay, there we go. £5 off. It is $14.99. Now this is gorgeous. This is a real kind of like sampler. Have a look at that. So you've got all different designs within. It's almost like patchwork, isn't it? Like it's been pieced together. But each of these marks, this is a stitch. So you don't have to hoop these up. You can layer it with some batting. You've got an equal sized piece of fabric over here, so you can layer them together, or you could use that as a backing and create a placemat or little wall hanging. But I think what I'd be inclined to do would be to add in some Japanese taupe and do some piecing or some borders around the outside. Now these are all water soluble ink, so first of all, don't pre-wash, okay? Otherwise it'd be a very expensive piece of plain fabric. But then once you've done your stitching, gently agitate, I love that word, under some mildly soapy water, bit of, you know, something like wool light or something like that in the water. Just gently agitate just to remove all of the ink marks, and also, you know, kind of grease from your fingers and any dust or surface dirt. These are all printed in Japan. So really gorgeous, really authentic, lovely, lovely project. And they, like I say, they would mix so nicely with the Japanese taupes, just to create something a bit different. If you think, you know, maybe doing something massive as well is a bit intimidating, or you don't have time, or this is something brand new for you, a small project like that, really, really good idea. The actual finished size of that, by the way, just gonna check. Oh, 12 inches square. So with 2-inch border, you've got a 16-inch cushion, 3-inch border, you've got an 18-inch cushion. So think about that with maybe some fabric, some taupe. Yeah, piano keyboarder would be gorgeous. You could create more colour in there if you use the fat quarters around the edge, 10 different fat quarters. Now, this next one is NV46. This is called Serenity. I'm hoping we've got a little picture of this one. This one's gorgeous. This one's also going to crash to $14.99. Oh yeah, that's a great picture. That shows you really well. That's a great picture. Crashing down. We don't have many of these at all, so be quick. Now you can decide what colour sashiko thread you want to use for this. Brown would look gorgeous, grey, blue. You could even use a white if you wanted subtle. Or you could use, there are multicoloured variegated sashiko threads as well. Now there are actually more of these in baskets than we have available. 12 inches square, finished. And if you want some sashiko thread, have a look on the web, they are available. Now this next one, a little bit similar to that first one that we saw that was kind of like overlaid patchwork. Beautiful design this. This is called Kaza Guruma. All different designs. We've literally oh, hello. We'll sort that, don't worry. Absolutely gorgeous. $14.99 for that. Now then, we have a little kit. So if you want everything in one kit, this is the one to go for. It's $14.99. Now in the past this has been $19.99, so this is a great deal, and actually we're going to crash the price to $9.99. Now what you're getting in here is pre-printed fabric with the design, but you're also getting all of your threads included as well. So the markings disappear as well. They're water soluble markings. So once you've worked the design, and the design is, it's called Fine Breezy Day. My mum doesn't like breeze. She likes it to be still. No breeze. You've got that gorgeous texture in the mountain. You've got volcano, I think, possibly. You've got the lapping sea, the waves at the bottom, and you've also got the sky. Mount Fuji. So you'll just need needle, scissors, you know, that kind of thing. Basic kit. But should be $19.99. Brilliant price. That's quite giftable, isn't it? If you're thinking Secret Santa, or you have a present drawer for your friends, that, very giftable, $9.99, super price. Gorgeous, right then, with a few more Sashiko lovelies. Blues? Blues. Okay. Yes, right here. Oh, now this is absolute, these are beautiful. These are some really nice ones. These are $12.99. 12 inches by 12 inches square. This is absolutely fab. That's it actually made up. Isn't that gorgeous? Oh, that's getting crashed. $9.99. Really good. Oh, this is a bit of a fill your boots hour, this, isn't it? Jane, your husband called. Have anything? Oh, love that. Love that. It's a really good price. You just need to add your own thread and needle. I tell you, interesting thing, I was talking with Jane Greenoff about, does she use a hoop for cross stitch and embroidery? Never uses a hoop. And equally with Sashiko, typically don't use a hoop, just hold it in your hands. So you don't even need a hoop, just some thread and a needle. We do have Sashiko needles on the show. Sashiko threads, just head to the website. That is lovely. Now then, anything else? Yeah, 04. Now this is noshi. Now noshi is dried strips of seaweed that are bunched together and tied with a ribbon, and they're hung for good luck, I think, and wall hangings are really popular in Japan, featuring noshi. Also, sometimes they're appliqued, but they're often done in sashiko. Absolutely beautiful, and it's kind of like a sampler of different designs. The price has crashed to $9.99. I mean, really, why not? Gorgeous. Lovely bit of slow stitching. Not that slow, actually. Next one. Yeah, 86, yes. Oh, that's beautiful. So this one's called Two Cranes. And it does exactly what it says on the tin. Two cranes. Not two soups, one crane and another crane. Do you remember that, everyone? I'm doing the bowls of soup it wasn't Acorn Antiques, no, it was Victoria Wood, it was Julie Walters, yeah, playing a waitress. Yeah, gorgeous. Now the next one, yes, CDY 83. Oh. Now this one is also dropping to $9.99. I'm going to open this out so you can see. Now, the ink on this, again, on all of these, is water soluble. So keep that in mind, because you don't want to use a steam iron when you're pressing this. You can use a dry iron by all means, but don't use a steam iron, and don't pre-wash it. So there's your design printed here. So they're kind of, it's called Cumulus Cloud. So you've got these cloud effects, but different shapes within them. I think that's really gorgeous. And then what's really lovely is you've actually got all of your instructions printed on the second piece of cloth. Now I'm just thinking, here's a thought, that because these marks are water soluble, yeah, you've actually got another piece of fabric, haven't you? When you finish with that, wash this and then use this either as backing or a border or something like that. Fab. Love that. Okay. Right then, one more panel, which is, yes, here we go. Ah, very lovely. Now this is called Seasons. Do you ever? Oh, that's gorgeous, isn't it? Look at that. And again, dropping to $9.99. Add some thread, add a needle, and get stitching. A lovely message from Julie. 2 soups. Love Julie Walters. It was that though, wasn't it? It was 1 soup and another soup. And then walking in, spilling the soup. Oh, you were hungry. Just love her. Just love her. She's my spirit animal. Well, we're going to go to a break now. When we come back, we've got 1 more hour of Yoko Saito, and also the wonderful Cara is back with a fabulous set of demonstrations on piecing and patchwork. So stick around, just enough time to go and grab yourself a quick snack, and I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hello again. How are you? Thanks for joining us here on Sewing Street. It's wonderful to have your company. We're having a great morning celebrating the quilt maestro, artist, designer, that is Yoko Saito. Absolutely incredible designer, quilter, fabric designer. It's been such a busy morning, I can't tell you. We've had sellout after sellout after sellout. Much busier than we expected, I think. A little word to the wise, don't hang about. If there's anything you love, check it out, because things have sold out. The books, the fabrics have sold out so quickly, and I hate it when anybody misses out. In this hour, we've got a brand new book from Yoko Saito called The Sewing Room Sampler Quilt, which I know you're going to love. We haven't got loads. It's $10.99. I can't believe the prices on the books because there's so much in them, really beautiful. You're getting the full instructions and pattern to make the quilt that's on the front. 16 different blocks that use all sorts of different techniques. All the applique that goes around the outside. An absolutely beautiful quilt, all designed by Yoko Saito. It's made in Japanese taupe fabrics. We've got lots of these fabrics on the show, but also you could make this in a fabric range of your choice too, and it would look equally wonderful. Now, if you've never heard of Yoko Saito before, Yoko has been in the industry for decades, and I mean decades and decades. She started quilting in 1977, and actually started her shop and sort of teaching community called Quilt Party in 1985. I was 14. Big hair, absolutely, batwing sleeve, guy liner, you can imagine. But Yoko was busy creating a quilting empire and an aesthetic and a style that we absolutely adore and love. Now within the book, you're getting all of your instructions on how to make the blocks. They're blocks that you can hand piece, you can machine piece. If you wanted to, you could piece them over paper, English paper piecing style. They're probably easiest to piece by hand with a small running stitch, but Cara's going to show us how to machine piece them. So if you're a machine piecer, absolutely possible. You've got all of your different blocks. The Dresden plate is adorable. Wait till you see it. The Wheel of Happiness, love it. Savannah Star, Spinning Wheel. This book has now sold out. I told you. I told you. Gorgeous. And then all those lovely appliques. Anyway, there we go. I'm going to pop that to one side. We will grab it a little bit later. Now, the fat quarters that we're working from this hour come from this collection of 10 fat quarters. The price is $37.99. Now, am I right in saying there are no duplicates in this set? Okay, so earlier on in the first hour, we had the first hour with Cara at 9 o'clock, we had a bundle of 10 fat quarters. This is a different bundle of 10 fat quarters. There's no replications. And there are some fabrics here that we haven't seen before. For example, that gorgeous one of my favourites in the green, no other way to get that. This one in this sort of lovely pinky tone. Beautiful. That one, absolutely love it. The brown, oh, wait a minute. What do you mean this is the only way I can get this fabric? Oh, look at that. Do you know? You're killing me. Oh, that's gorgeous in the mustard. Absolutely gorgeous. So Cara's going to be using this fat quarter bundle to do the piecing for the sewing room sampler quilt. But that's one pack of 10 fat quarters. This is what Cara's using. We did also have a second set of 10 fat quarters that we had in the earlier show. Can I just show those now as well? Because I want to show you the differences. I'm going to leave those laid out so that you can see. And I'm going to keep these I'm going to keep them there. So these are the new ones, all right? These are the new ones. And then these are still new today, but these are the ones that Cara used for her rooster cushion. But I just want to show you the sort of selection that you're getting, because, to be fair, you could use either, you could use both. And if you wanted to get 20 fat quarters, this would be the way to do it. So just great. So if you've fallen in love with Yoko Saito's style, this is a great way to sort of get a really good start to your stash collection. This is everything we've got from Yoko Saito. So I'm just going to reset these so that you can see these gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics. I do this at home and in my studio. I just lay fabrics out and play with them, and what a gorgeous selection there. And you know I love country style fabrics, country colours. These are absolutely perfect. If you love people like Kim DL, if you love Lynette Anderson, these fabrics would fit in really well, actually, with those styles too. So these are our brand new for this hour. Oh, what a gorgeous selection. Cara's going to be working with this. You've got 10 fat quarters. Remember, a fat quarter is approximately 18 inches by 21 inches. Really useful size for quilters. There's your fat quarter. That's your fat quarter. 10 of those. Okay, now then, it'd be really interesting, we thought, to show you some makes using Japanese taupe fabrics. This is from Marcia Makes. Marcia watches the shows, and these are some of her makes. Good morning, Hannah and Stuart. What a wonderful surprise to see Yoko Saito finally on Sewing Street. Thanks. Hannah, you probably remember my obsession with Yoko Saito. I collect everything about her. I have 25 of her books and 2 full drawers of her fabrics and panels. I'm sending some of her work I made. Thank you, Sewing Street. Marcia from South Point. Marcia, you really are a super fan. Oh, wow. Look at those. Just
Incredible.
Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. They sort of have a nod towards American country quilting.
Like a shaker.
Yeah,
they're
that
like a shaker
look.
sort of, but so unique. I don't think I've ever seen anything like them before.
Exactly.
They are beautiful. Oh, Marcia
Thank you
could tell us so much about all the different books and different fabrics and everything. So,
Marcia, thank you so much for sending in those pictures. Really appreciate you doing that. Thank you. Amazing work. Something for us all, I think, to aspire to and be inspired by. So, a different Yoko book, this time, Cara?
yes,
Very
completely
different to the last one.
Yes, and
Tell me about the book.
Oh, lovely. I wish I'd had time to do more of the squares because I really, really enjoyed them. But I thought, right, okay, I'm not a quilter. So I'm getting that way.
True,
I'm
Cara.
getting that way. I am getting that way. And I know that this year may be the year of the quilt. So we will see, see. But the book is fantastic. It's got so much included in there. And just a really good stash buster as well.
Yeah.
So, you don't have to use the fabrics, the gorgeous fabrics that we've got. You can use from your stash. We were using the seeded cotton, but if you've got any Osnaburg at home, that's really good to sort of tone in with them. Or any cream fabric, I think, more than white. I don't think white.
Yes. No, so for example, you might have bought the Janet Clare Milky Way, you know, the one that was like an all over kind of mottled from the cream bundle? That would work. You might have bought the Jason Yenter cream fabric. This is the one from Janet Clare. It's called Woven Texture in Milky Way, $7.49 for a half metre. That was a really lovely fabric that would also work really well. Or as you said, calico, seeded Osnaburg.
Calico would be lovely. Yeah,
that's Janet Clare's fabric, but that would work well. It's got that woven look.
So as I say, the book has got so many lovely designs, and in fact, when I was making some samples, I've made samples of just the first few. So this was the winged spool. So we have
look at that
one. So and this introduced me to the Y seam, which I'd never heard about before.
Oh, okay.
I'd never heard about. So that was interesting. And for those who haven't heard about it, it's this section here. So when you're actually stitching on the patchwork, it's getting this triangle into this. And I wasn't too shocked with my first attempt at that.
Oh, it's really good.
So that's the winged spool. Then we have the tumbling spools. So you can see the sewing theme throughout. And this was nice. This was of quite a simple block. So that was the tumbling one.
Oh, I think that might be my favourite. That's amazing.
That's lovely with the dark. I think the dark sort of just throws the spools out. And then the stacked spools. Now this was another Y one. So by the time I got to the third one, I was a little bit more confident.
Yeah.
So
and you machine sewed these, didn't you?
I have machine sewed them. But I know that Yoko actually does a lot.
Money penny. Sorry, it took me a while to think of that.
I know that Yoko does actually do a lot of hand stitching and hand quilting as well. So I haven't tried that yet, but with anything within the book, you'll be able to do some hand stitching.
And in fairness, Cara, hand sewing these blocks would actually, for the vast majority of people, be easier and probably quicker.
Yes.
than machine
Yes.
sewing.
Yes.
Yoko's designs are meant to be savoured and enjoyed
Yes.
and take time over them.
Definitely, definitely. So, so that was my stacked spools, and then I jumped ahead a bit, and I thought, oh, do you know what? I fancy a Dresden plate. I've heard about Dresden plates.
Yeah.
I've done one with Cat of the Month with one of the cushions,
Right.
but hadn't done a small one. So I thought, oh, I'll have a go at some
Oh,
more.
and that, will you just hold that in the middle for a second so we can enjoy that? That is so gorgeous.
It's so pretty, and
Yeah.
so pretty with that background fabric. And then again, we've got the echo quilting. I didn't finish the quilting on this one because that's what I wanted to talk about. So, you know, I've done a few of the panels from the book, but what I was thinking was that actually, do you know what? What I could do is a whole quilt of just Dresden plate,
Oh, yeah.
or a whole
absolutely.
quilt of some of the other panels. So, and just play around with the fabrics and just sort of see how they work together. But what's lovely is you've got 16 different ones to choose from, and then you've also got so these are the actual assembly. You've got your templates at the back. So these are traced onto tracing paper or quilting paper, and they sort of give you, you know, the fabrics, sort of, you know, tell you what fabrics to sort of go with and everything. And then also included at the back, and I've actually cut this one out because I wanted to have a look at it. This is when you come to assemble it, if you do the sewing sampler. So this includes all the templates for around the edge as well.
And these are the applique.
These are all the applique.
And as we found now, you are now an applique maestro.
Oh, well,
so
I
this
hope
is no
so.
bother.
No,
Right?
I mean, I am more confident at attacking
Yeah.
something like this. But you know
Also,
what's
wouldn't
lovely?
those be lovely for like a sewing bag or a sewing machine cover
You
or
could
something?
use them for so many different things. So
Yeah.
you've got all the templates on this side, and then also all the templates on the other side as well. So, you know, there's lots and lots of things that you can make with them. So it's really got so much in for the price.
Yeah,
so
it's
well done to
amazing.
everybody that's managed to get them.
We will try really hard to get more books in. It did take us 10 weeks to get those. So, but you know, getting the aesthetic, getting the look, getting the style really comes down to the type of fabrics that you're using. So I think that's a great starting point. If you didn't manage to get hold of the book, you know, taking the same idea of some different, like a sampler quilt is a great one. The fat quarter bundles that we've got on the show would work perfectly for that, mixed with some, you know, seeded natural or maybe your Janet Claire Milky Way fabric, and create your own sampler and put a border around it. We've got lovely fabrics, we've got the inspiration.
What's lovely, you were talking about the choice of fabrics and everything, and because I'm not that experienced as far as quilts and blocks and everything are concerned, I sort of cut some fabric out and I thought, oh yes, that'll be good, that'll be really good. So that was my original winged spool. But then I chose some different fabrics, and it is important to think about your fabrics. And what I've done here, this is obviously the spool in the centre and this is the background. I actually chose some fabrics that were very similar to the spool on this one. And when you look at it from a distance, it doesn't look so effective.
Okay.
So, you know, it is important to sort of think about the fabrics that you're going to be using. And although it's really nice, it's not as effective as if you had contrast fabrics.
No, I suppose, I mean, you talked earlier on with the Rooster about auditioning
Yes.
different fabrics, and
Yes.
you've done that, and that's exactly the same thing. It's
Yes.
such a good tip, Cara.
Definitely. You know, I played around with them, and I've got some bags here where I've played around with different fabrics. So I think that is, just trying to figure out which ones. So that these are the ones that I've got, that I've already cut out. So these are your templates. So I traced round and added the 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, and you can just play around. When you've actually cut all your fabrics, you can just play around with them and decide which fabrics you want to put where. So, you know, that's
Oh, so is
the
that
beauty.
another, that's the
That's
other
another
wing
one.
spool?
Yeah, that's another one to be ready. What I was going to do was going to do the Dresden plate because I wanted to sort of show you how easy it is to assemble it. Also, there's some very simple applique included.
Okay, great.
Here, and then I wanted to show you how you can do your quilting on the background,
fantastic.
if that's okay.
So we're going to get piecing, applique and quilting
Ooh.
all in this hour. That sounds like a masterclass to me. Stay tuned, stay tuned. Remember, if you do want the fabrics that Cara's using, that gorgeous bundle, I've got it right in front of me here, is available $37.99. Let me just show you those fabrics. You've got, I've split them kind of into 5s. Just beautiful, lovely kind of subtle slaty greys and blues, a lovely little bit of kind of golden mustard there, that deep cocoa brown and a bit of teal as well. So that's 5 of them. You get a fat quarter of each. And then the other 5 that you're getting in the same pack, you've got this lovely, soft, subtle putty pink. And then you've got a lovely green, fresh green. You've got that dark wood grain effect, a lovely sort of bluey, ashy grey print, and a black and gold and brown print as well. Really gorgeous. They work so well together. They really help you to create that look that's so unique for Yoko Saito. It's what it's all about this morning here on Sewing Street. Okay.
So, take you through what you will do for all the plates. Or,
I'm going to come and get close
now,
if I may.
You can help me.
Okay, I can help. Let's cuddle up. Okay.
So this is the pattern for the Dresden plate. So you will cut your template. So that is to size, and you can see that I've added the 1/4 inch all the way around. And you've got 12 of those going around the centre. Then you've also got a circle, and again you can cut the template and then add the 1/4 inch. And in fact, this one is used as an applique. So I've actually put some iron-on interfacing around the back, and I'm going to trim that down and clip into the curve, and then fold that over and attach it afterwards.
Great. You're going to needle turn that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So
now it's your favourite technique.
it is, now that I've learned it. So I've cut my 12 pieces of fabric, and I decided that I was going to use different fabric for each one.
Fab.
As much as I could. There are a couple of duplications, so I'm just 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, that's it. I've got an extra one.
So when you've picked out your fabrics, do you kind of like arrange them next to you so you can see how you're going to place them? Or
yes.
Or do you just kind of grab them?
I just
both is good, isn't it?
Yes, and the only thing that I would say is obviously you want to try and avoid, if you have duplicated, try and avoid the same colour. But that's really in the assembly, so okay.
So you've got them pinned together in pairs.
Yeah.
Machining them?
Yes, I'm going to machine them, but you can, as you say, you can hand stitch them just with a running stitch. If you've got a nice sharp needle and a nice strong thread.
Okay.
And the other thing that I'd like to just sort of point out is on the assembly, you'll notice that some of the constructions mark these dots. Yeah. And you think, what's the dot for?
I was wondering what the dot was for.
Well, there you go. We'll find out. So the dot is where you'll actually stitch up to. So if you can, I don't know if you'll be able to get in close enough there. So you're going to actually stitch up to the dot, and the dot is 1/4 inch from that side and 1/4 inch from that side. So you're not actually machining all the way down or machining all the way over. You're actually stitching to the dot.
Okay.
And that is what helps when you do your Y seam.
Ah, okay.
But it also helps on this particular one because you're going to be folding the points under. So you'll stitch to the dot and you've still got your 1/4 inch of fabric.
Oh, I understand. Yeah. So when we're sewing down this side, we've actually got to stop sewing a 1/4 inch before the edge.
Yeah.
Now, any tips?
Yes.
All good.
Get a friction pen.
Yep.
And about 1/4 inch, make sure that you make a dot. I'm going to chain piece these.
So actually mark the point that you're going to stop?
Yes, because
Fair
otherwise
enough.
you'll just carry on.
Yes, I definitely would.
The other point, and you may be able to answer this, is would you backstitch?
Yes.
That's fine.
Yes.
So I was just going to say you would backstitch to
I
the
would.
dot.
Yeah. Or alternatively, I might just bring my stitch length down to maybe 1.6 or 1.8.
That's,
and then that would be tight enough that you wouldn't get unravelling.
Yeah.
So then you wouldn't necessarily need to backstitch.
So what I am going to do is actually reduce my stitch length so that I'm not backstitching.
Well, actually, you're using the Elna 680 Excellence.
Yeah.
And if you program in stitch 06, that will be a patchwork stitch.
So on number 1 and 06, and it's 1.8.
1.8, and also your needle now has moved over, so if you butt the edge of your fabric up against the edge of the foot, that's now 1/4 inch, and it's a shorter stitch.
Gosh.
That's a high five, Cara, surely.
Definitely.
Don't leave me hanging.
Definitely, sorry. Oh my goodness, what a game changer.
You know what, once you've discovered a
Oh my
stitch like
gosh,
that, it's
yes.
like, okay, that's it now.
Sorted. So all I'm doing is just making a dot so that I know that that's where I'm going to be stitching to.
Cool.
And because the stitch length is quite short, I don't need to do reverse.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Hints and tips about the other thing when I was doing this.
So if you
Okay, so
actually, that's
yes,
it,
move it
raw edge.
over. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
Yeah.
Hints and tips about cutting the actual template.
Mm-hmm.
Would you do it onto, what paper would you do it onto?
Oh, okay. Well, one of my favourite things to use for templates, especially for small things, is freezer paper.
Okay.
So I would cut the template finished size
Yes.
out of freezer paper,
Yes.
and then add the 1/4 inch seam allowance by putting a ruler on top and rotary
Yes.
cutting.
Yes.
And then you can leave the paper template on top of the fabric, and then you can actually use the edge of the paper as a guide.
Yes.
And you can do that if you're hand sewing as well, and then you know exactly how much of a seam allowance to leave.
Excellent. I need to get some of this freezer paper. I've heard a lot about it, but
Yeah,
never.
it's out of stock at the
Should I-
moment, but we will
yes.
get more in, I promise.
Is it normal freezer paper? Can you get it from the supermarket?
No.
Okay, so.
No, it's American Reynolds freezer paper.
Okay.
And it is just available in supermarkets in America.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So when you're chain piecing,
Yep.
but you're going to a dot, do you carry on?
So
or
what I
you...
do is lift the needle
Yeah.
and then just pull the fabric forward. So don't cut it.
Ah, okay.
So just pull it forward maybe 1/2 inch.
Yeah.
And then you can get the next one under.
Yes.
And it saves thread.
Yes.
It's not as saving as like normal chain
Yes.
piecing, but
I
same
love.
with the paper piecing.
Yeah, I love. It's going to take me a little while to get used to the fact that that is actually.
That's your 1/4 inch.
I know.
So just lift your needle up, or even, yeah.
I'll just come to the edge because the centre you can machine off.
Yeah.
So just move it forward slightly.
Yeah, that's it.
And then put your next one. So I am learning so much, which is brilliant.
Well, I think the thing is we're always learning, aren't we? I was teaching a workshop down in Southampton just recently.
Yes.
I learned some new tips that day from
Yes,
some of my students.
excellent.
Lovely message. This morning has been absolutely fascinating. There really is
Aw.
something in the sewing world for everyone.
Definitely.
That's Collector in Merseyside. It is. It's lovely to bring something different and new, isn't it?
It is, and I, as I said earlier, I love a new challenge. I love trying something new because if I can do it, then I'm hoping that other people will be able to and get the same joy and everything from it.
Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? It's sharing your experience of trying a new technique.
Yes.
Because often it's that sort of fear of, well, I perhaps haven't worked at this scale before.
Yes.
These are quite small blocks. I mean, they're absolutely darling, but they're quite small. And you might be thinking, is that tricky? Is it fiddly? But it's actually just one of those things. It's we always need to take our time with our cutting out. We always need to make sure our cutting out is precise and our sewing is precise. It does actually kind of focus your mind a bit more, doesn't it?
I think it does. I mean, I'm not as accurate as I'd like to be, and I think that's something that comes with practice. So it comes with, you know, the more you do, the more accurate you are, and the more you realise that actually if you're not accurate, it does make a difference.
It does. And I think when you work on a small scale like these blocks, it does help with that discipline. I always say there's nothing like sort of strip piecing jelly roll strips together to make a big 9 patch to bring out the inaccurate sewer in all of us.
Yes.
Because we all, I think, get a little bit sort of pedal heavy and a bit sort of blasé about, oh, let's just whiz these strips through, and then they don't fit together. And actually doing something small and precise really kind of just reins you in. And I'm desperate to have a little look at one of these. Can I grab one?
You can, and if you want to, you can press them.
Do you want me to do the pressing?
No, I certainly can. On the instructions as well, they'll have arrows.
Yep.
And the arrows is the direction of the seam. So you're going to actually press them all in the same direction.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Well, I'm just going to open them up because obviously that will influence where they're going to go. So you don't press these seams open?
No.
Okay. That was a definite no.
Well, I'm following what it says in the book, so I'm hoping. You can finger press as well.
Yeah, no, that's right and proper. Are
so
you happy with that?
Yes, I've got another one here, so I'll be even happier.
Oh, there's one more. Okay, good. I wasn't counting.
I thought that's not going to fit.
Thank you. You happy?
What do you
Yeah,
reckon?
that looks pretty good to me.
Looks pretty.
Yeah. Okay, we're happy with that. Okay, so.
And then you'll be machining the pairs together.
Okay, well, I tell you what, why don't I give these to you in pairs to sew together, and then when I get them back, I'll press them then.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so do you want me to jab a pin in as I pass them?
No, that's fine, because they are quite small.
Okay.
I think the only thing that I'm going to do is, again, just for my benefit, is pop that dot so that I can see. And what I love about this is it just comes together very quickly, which is really nice.
Oh yeah. Oh, I could imagine sewing a gazillion of these together.
Yes. And that's what I said, you know, if you wanted to make a quilt with just the Dresden plate, you could do, couldn't you? Oh, need to improve my sewing machine, I think.
You're doing great. It's really cool, isn't it? I love working together. We haven't been able to do this for such a long time.
I know.
I'm just wondering, Kat, can I just have the seam roller, please? You know, the little plastic roller that we had on the 9 a.m. show, please.
Yes, I was using mine rather than getting the ironing board out. I was actually using the roller, and I know that Yoko loves the roller, so...
well, if it's good enough for Yoko, I'm definitely using it.
So this does show up if you've not been very accurate with your stitching, because when you come to press it, it won't lie flat.
Oh,
but
okay.
don't worry too much. Is
I'm
that all of
worry.
those?
That's
No.
all of them.
You'll just say, oh, it's
Yeah,
Cara. There we go.
Oh, Cara, what have you done? I won't say that, I promise.
So while you're doing that, I've actually put a little bit of the interfacing there. I'm just going to trim that down slightly because it is just a little bit off. And then I'm just going to clip into the curves and get that ready to needle turn. So we just do a tiny little snip, leave a few threads of fabric between the interfacing and the snip. You don't want to go right up to the interfacing. You want to leave a few between.
And this is to do like needle turn applique.
the centre, so it's a plique rather than machining, if you want to machine it. Or you can put card. I know that in this particular book, Yoko suggests putting card in between.
Yep.
And you can run a gathering stitch.
Yeah, just like
pull that
gathering a
up.
button.
Yes, it is.
Just using my roller.
Yeah.
There we go. Right, so those are all done. Oh yes, and I think that's going to go together into a perfect circle, but hey, what do I know? There we go.
What do I know? May I have use the pen, please?
Yeah, of course.
Tap. Just
There
want
we
to-
go.
Yep. Thank you.
Shall I? I'm just going to finger press.
You certainly can, and then use the roller, which will be good.
Always say, this is really shutting me up. You should give me work to do more often. We finally found the key, everyone. Oh.
It is hard to actually, when you're concentrating on something, and actually then to do something without making mistakes. So
Yes.
I apologise now. You can all chat to us.
Well, I've
Ask us questions. Yeah.
I've told the story many times. It was the original reason why my mum taught me how to knit. She was desperate to give me something that would occupy me to the extent that I wouldn't be able to talk.
Oh gosh. And it
But
worked.
it didn't work, of course. Well, no. I mean, it might have worked for the first 6 months.
Oh.
But there we go. Right then, I've just
Lovely. Thank you.
gently finger pressed all the way around there.
Thank you. I've just got this last one to do.
I hope it does turn into a circle.
So do
basically,
I.
you just kind of do thirds, and then sew the thirds
Yes.
together into a circle.
Yes.
I mean, at the end of the day, if we need to sort of add a bit, take a bit on the seam allowance to make it lie flat, we can, can't we?
Yes, we can. But also, I found when I was pressing mine that actually the fabric's very forgiving.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that turns out.
Let's see. Now, the
Okay.
fabrics themselves are proving very, very popular. The graphics up on screen are for the ones that we're working with right now. And when I say we're working with,
We
I really
are.
do mean
We
it.
are.
We are. They're $37.99 and you get 10 fat quarters in the pack. All these gorgeous subtle browns, and there's a little putty pink. There's some gold in there too. I'm going to need the big roller. Have we got an iron?
Yes, it's just
Oh,
under,
we do.
and it is
Oh,
on.
smashing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to give that a little iron as well, because that will help as well, just to flatten everything down.
And how
That's
are we
gonna-
with the circle?
Well, it's like a pancake. It's like a pancake, I'm telling you.
Is that good, pancake?
That's really good.
It's a good
Pancake flat. Yeah, it's
Okay.
really flat.
Good.
Look at that.
Okay.
Look at that.
So-
I present to you
Ta-da!
the perfect circle. Ding dong.
So the next thing that you do
yeah.
is fold in the points.
Right. So do we do that?
Do one side at a time.
Okay.
And you can do that by finger pressing, or you can do it with the roller, or you can do it with the
So just do the same side
Yes.
on all of them.
yes, to start with.
Do you want to do that, or should I?
I can, I don't
yeah?
mind, yeah.
Well, let me do. I've done a couple.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, that's really clever. I like that technique.
Yes, so I'm just going to, I found with the iron it was a bit sharper,
Oh, okay. Yep.
so I'm just going to get the iron. So you fold, and you think, is that really going to work?
Can I just move you slightly
Yes.
over?
Yeah.
If we're about.
Get my
Hang on
scissors.
1 second. Oh, sorry. Look.
There we go.
There we go. If I just move.
Yep, that's lovely.
About there.
Super.
Is that all right for you?
Yeah, that's fine for
Great.
me, if that's okay for everybody else.
Studio vote. Is that okay for everybody? Cat working for. Oh, it's working for Cat. There we go.
That's all right. So you just fold that first one, and in fact I did it from the reverse side, so I am going to.
Can I just share with everybody? Poor Hannah. Are you peckish or something, Hannah?
Is she eating?
Literally everything we've had on the show this morning, she has said is like a biscuit. So this is now like one of those biscuits that has jam in the centre.
Jammy,
and
jammy. What's it?
Yes.
Yep.
In the family favourites.
Yep.
Is it?
I think so. So can I show you? This is where I
Please.
didn't do a dot.
Oh.
So I've actually stitched further up because it's a finer stitch. I just need to undo a few.
Yep.
And you'll realise that that's what you've done. And it's really, really easy just to...
Yeah, easy enough to do that, isn't it?
Yep. Just take a few stitches out and it just means that you're able to fold that.
These are the kind of blocks, this is the kind of project that you can do like one block in an afternoon, isn't it?
Yes.
And really take your time.
Yes.
And also, because this quilt has got, the blocks have got sashing in between them, this would also be suitable for quilt as you go. So if you wanted to do the piecing, do the applique, layer it, quilt it as a block, and you could then join the sections together quilted.
That's right. So that's what I've done, is just the blocks on their own. And I wanted to try and get to the, I don't know time-wise how we're doing.
Good.
Yeah.
We're good.
I wanted to get to the
Got about 8
stage.
minutes.
Oh, that's fine.
Is that plenty of time?
Yeah. I won't be able to actually. Oh, I suppose I could machine it on, couldn't I?
Well, don't rush it. We get the idea. I think it's always good to see little bits of technique, isn't it? That you can then, okay, and then I do that round all the different.
Yeah.
So you've gone one side of every blade.
Yep. So one side of every blade. Now I'm going to go the other way. And this is where you think, no, that's not going to work. But you actually then fold that. And in fact, it will show better. Oh no, I need the ironing board. So you fold that. And if you want to be really, really accurate, you would make a dot where the halfway mark is.
Yeah.
But I like the fact that this is handmade. It's not going to be precise. So I'm just going to press that. So do the other side.
Got you.
That. Okay.
I think that's a really neat technique.
So you'll take your time and do all of that. So then the next stage is to pop that, once you've folded them all, pop that in the centre, and you would hand applique it into position. And then you take your circle that you very kindly pressed for me.
You're very welcome.
You pop that over the centre and then hand applique that as well.
Got you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then you'll end up like this. Get that out of the way. Oh, sorry.
Just one little tip, if I may.
Yes.
One thing I was thinking, when you're actually putting the Dresden onto the background block and you're doing the folding, what I might be inclined to do is just to use a needle and thread, and as you're going round, if you actually baste up to here and then fold that under and then continue to baste, and I would actually, I'm not much of a baster.
Yes.
But that might be one time that I did baste.
Yes, or
just to hold everything
with the glue
down.
Stick.
Glue stick would be
Yeah,
good.
would
Yeah,
work
glue stick
really
would
well.
be really good.
Yeah. So this is where we jump ahead. We've hand appliqued that all the way round. Then we make a sandwich. So you use some of that gorgeous wadding that we had, and then your backing fabric. This is if you're doing it as a block at a time.
Yeah.
If you're going to do the full thing, it depends, you know, how you feel and everything. So the
That
next...
wadding, by the way, that Cara was talking about, I'm just going to put details on screen. It's available by the half metre. You just pick how much you want in increments. Generally 2.5 to 3 metres is plenty for, you know, a large bed quilt. So if you want to buy it speculatively, I would go 2.5 to 3.5 metres, so 6 or 7 to 8 units.
Okay, then in your book you'll have a section that shows you where they suggest your quilting line is.
Okay.
So this is really good And again, the friction pen is perfect. So what I did, I didn't do on this one, but on the other ones, is that I actually drew from here. So you've got your line that's going around, so your echo quilting that's going around. And this, again, you can do by hand or you can do by machine. I've done my by machine.
Yep.
And then you can draw with your friction pen your quilting line. And I prefer to do it where you're going all the way over.
Yeah.
Now the block that so this is to life size, is just over 1/2 inch. So I'm going to do it to 1/2 inch. Let's just have a look at that way. Yeah, it is just over 1/2 inch.
Well, it is, isn't it? How funny
Yes.
that it's
I
not
bet it's
quite
in-
1/2 inch.
I bet it's in centimetres.
Yeah.
Because I bet in Japan, they don't use inches.
I'm going to have a look and see what the... I mean, the first measurement is inches
Yeah.
on the blocks.
Yes. So maybe I'll do it to 5/8.
Yeah, no, it's done in inches.
Yeah, I'll do it to 5/8.
It's really done in inches.
So just with your friction pen. And this is the same as the quilting that I did for the rooster as well. I actually drew that straight on, but you'll do it from the echo quilting. So you'll carry on doing that, and then you'll be able to quilt that completely. Okay, so carry on until you've completed the whole of the panel.
Okay.
Okay.
Will you just show us some of that quilting? Because I think one of the
Yes.
things which I know a lot of viewers will want to see is what happens when you get to that line of
Yeah.
quilting.
Yeah.
And how do we finish neatly? How do we make it look really
Yeah.
good?
Okay, I'm just going to do a couple of lines going that way as well. So again, with your ruler, if you've got one of these rulers that's got the line, you can match it up.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to, so I've got one line of the echo quilting there. So I'm actually lining it up to that and making sure that I'm parallel to the vertical lines and going to go across like that.
Cool.
Okay. The way I did the actual quilting, I don't know whether it's the right way or the wrong way. There's no right or wrong, I'm sure. But I'll show you on here. I lengthened my stitch, so I'll clear that one and I'll lengthen my stitch to 3.
Okay.
And then I machined to here,
Yep.
stopped.
Yep.
I didn't do a reverse, I
No.
didn't do a locking stitch or anything like that. I jumped all the way over to here without cutting my thread, came to here. I machined outside the edge of the fabric, and then I came back and did the same.
Okay.
And then when I finished all of that, I cut the threads on the right side and I pulled them through to the back and tied them off.
Tied them off.
Would you do
Ace.
that? How would you do that?
That's the right way.
Oh, is it?
When you said, is there a right way, is there a wrong
okay.
way? That's very much the sort of, that's the way with most finesse.
Okay.
Do you want to do a little bit of stitching
Yeah.
while I'm...
Yeah.
That'd be brilliant. Yeah, that would be, that has the most finesse.
Yes.
I probably would be more inclined, as I was getting to maybe 1/4 inch or less
Yes.
away from where I'm going to stop inside the block,
Yes.
I would then reduce my stitch length down to probably 0.5, and I would do the
okay.
last 1/4 inch with very small stitches, and then jump.
Okay.
Start on the other side with tiny stitches
Okay.
for less than 1/4 inch, then lengthen the stitch back up to 3 and carry on.
Okay.
So then you can trim your threads
Without-
even with the top
yeah.
without having to pull them through.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going to enter your quilt into something like Festival of Quilts or Quilts UK or something like that,
Yes.
that is something that quilt judges will look at and they will mark
Really?
you down for.
Really?
Because it doesn't have the same finesse as pulling your threads through and tying them off.
Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
for a lot of us who are maybe time poor and want to get the job done, it's effective, it's strong enough, and it does the job.
Yes.
But it doesn't have quite the same aesthetic.
Okay. I found that actually pulling the thread through really satisfying,
cool.
but took a long time.
I'll send all mine to you. Lovely
It did
message
take
from
a long
Neve, who's in
time.
County Clare. Good morning, Stuart and Cara.
Morning.
Totally enjoyed the show and demos this morning.
Oh,
Thanks.
thank you.
Neve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, while you do that,
Yes.
I'm just going to round up what we've had in this morning's shows. So the fat quarters that Cara's been working with are right here in front of me. You get 10 fat quarters in a bundle, really super. Gorgeous palette of greys, soft sort of duck egg teal blues, some browns in there, a little bit of green, a little bit of soft pink, and a little bit of golden mustard. Absolutely beautiful prints these. They're all made in Japan. They're all Yoko Saito designs. And these are those 10 fabrics. Just gorgeous. Absolutely lovely. Fat quarter, remember, is about 18 inches by 21 inches. So you're getting 10 of those for $37.99. Now we have a second set of fat quarters. This was the fat quarters, or these were the fat quarters that Cara used this morning for the rooster cushion. But these would also work beautifully in conjunction with the first 10 that I showed you. And there they are. So you've got that lovely rich red, you've got a lovely blue, and then you've got soft putty pink, a very soft yellow, a little bit of green, a little bit of grey. Just a gorgeous palette that Cara used for that rooster. Cara, I've learned so much this morning. I know viewers at home will have learned a lot. You learned a lot by doing these projects.
I have, definitely. So
Absolutely super.
It's been really good. I've really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much for your company. It's
That's
been really
quite
good.
right. It's nice to see you in the new
Oh,
studio.
you too. You too. When will we see you again?
April. I think it's the 12th.
Ace.
Round about that time.
Cool.
So,
Well, put it in your diary
soon.
speculatively. Look forward to it, Cara. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to come back after the break with some bag making findings and bits and pieces that are absolute essentials and patterns too. But we've also got some amazing quilt kits. They've all got 10% off. They're our lowest ever price. We're going to be crashing them on air, but they are only till midnight tonight. Got a great selection. You'll love them. I'll see you after the break.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Look at all this lot. Quilt kits, 10% off just today. Midnight tonight, they go back up to normal price. These are our lowest prices ever on the show today, so stick around. Now we're going to start with some Cafe, and we're going to start with Cottage Garden. Oh, it's not here. It's not here. Have we got it under there? We have got it. Summer Nights in Cool. We have got it, but we'll come back to it. It's the last one. So this one is called Summer Night, and it's in the cool colourway. It's designed by K Facet. It's K Facet Fabrics, and it's Bargello style of quilt. Love these. They're so dynamic and modern looking. They look terrific. The colours in this are superb. Gorgeous kind of blend of lime greens, chartreuse, and that gorgeous lilac-y purple. Now let's open up the box and see what you get inside. Now full price $149.99. Remember, we're crashing the price of all of these kits. So first of all, you get your pattern. There you go. Price goes down to $134.99, and you get a lot of fabric. You get a lot of fabric in there. All you really need to add is your backing. So you get all your different fabrics. Let me just pull those out. Yum, yum, yum. Really cool. So you've got sort of this large amount of fabric here. Now this is going to create your kind of larger element to your Bargello. And then you've got various different fabrics that you're going to use for your Bargello in lovely blues, purples, greens. I love the green lemons. I know technically they're limes, but they're actually called, no, green oranges. Green oranges. That print is called oranges, so they're green oranges. Fish, and the cave print, a little bit of grey there. Absolutely gorgeous. You get loads of fabric, all beautifully packaged, and you get your instructions. Of course, you could use those instructions again and again to make more Bargello quilts. And the construction is really quite simple. It's just, if I show you on this picture right here, it is kind of strips that you sew together. And they're kind of offset strips basically. But you're just sewing strips, squares together and then sewing them into rows. It's the placement that's clever that creates that pattern. Okay, $134.99, but remember that price will only stay $134.99 until midnight tonight, and then the price will go up back to $149.99. So while you can make that saving, I would do that. They are beautiful, beautiful kits. If you don't want to make the quilt, it's still a really cost-effective way of getting that fabric. You get such a lot of fabric there, so it might just be a stash builder. Now then, the quilt kit that we were originally going to look at is Cottage Garden. Now this is one of my favourite quilt kits that we've ever done here at Sewing Street. Very, very low in stock. It's a favourite of yours too. It's never been lower than $179.99, but today we're taking 10% off, which takes that price down to, you save £18, £161.99. So a saving that's really worth having. You get loads of different gorgeous floral fabrics in there. And don't worry, you're not doing any complicated piecing here. There's snowball blocks. It's a large square and then 4 smaller squares, and you mark the diagonal and you sew on it and trim the corners. It's a really easy process. Really easy process, but the quilt itself is stunning. Now, size-wise, it's 129 centimetres by 159 centimetres. Which is a very good sized lap quilt. Beautiful, and it's our lowest ever price. Now, staying in the Cafe vein, we've got warm summer nights. And I'll be honest with you, I'm ready for some warm summer nights. Summer lovin'. Oh. Stop singing, we have to pay a license. Don't do it. This is warm summer nights. Oh, now that was below the belt. Hannah just said no, we wouldn't have to pay any royalty on the way you sang it because it would be unrecognisable. That was the remix. Thank you very much. Check it out. Thank you. Beautiful, lovely, sort of hot pinks. Today's been a day of hot pink. Hot pink. And purples and gorgeous oranges, and then also it's got that lovely sort of subtle greys and lilacs in the background too. $134.99 that price, but just until midnight tonight. So grab yours quick. These would be great to put aside, put away, maybe for autumn and winter quilting. They won't be $134.99 then. Grab them now while you can. The whole world's getting more expensive. It really, really is. Now let's go Morse code. This is absolutely gorgeous. Love this. Am I allowed to open this or not? Yes. This is lovely modern quilt. Now the full price is $139.99. Now we have had this of a previous price of $99.99. Terrific, terrific price. We're crashing to $99.99, thank you. But let's go lowest ever. Let's go lowest ever. Let's take it down to $89.99. 10% off, the lowest price ever. Love it. Let me show you the fabrics inside because they are really gorgeous. And again, it's got a lovely modern vibe to it, this quilt. Saving £15 off 50. I was going to say it's more than that. £50. This is such a great selection of colours. Now I actually used these fabrics for a baby quilt that I made, and I thought then, gosh, they would make such a gorgeous quilt for an older child. Now this quilt is 145 by 175. Hannah, do you mind just doing the conversion for me, please? 145 by 175. These fabrics are ace. They're all kind of transport themed. Trucks and emergency vehicles, aeroplanes. I love this fabric here. This one that's kind of got a grid and aeroplanes. So it's 57 inches by 68. So absolutely perfect on a twin bed. So this is a quilt you could make maybe for a toddler, but it's going to last them into their tweens. Loads of fabric there, really gorgeous. The price is absolutely stonking. $89.99. You get such a lot of fabric. The design itself is really cool. Love that. It's 9 patches, but then with really cool pieced sashing that creates almost like, gosh, it's like makes your eyes go funny, doesn't it? It almost creates like a sort of wobble. I think that's a selling point. It could also, yeah, it would be great down on the ground as a playmat. It's got loads of interest there. Love that quilt. $89.99, and that it really is our lowest ever price. Oh, there's the sleeve. Right, let's move on. Can we do cottage core next, please? Cottage core is my favourite. It's my favourite quilt kit of the day because I think it's just so summery, and I'm ready for that now. I'm absolutely ready. So this quilt, now then, this is a really, really big kit. There's a huge amount of fabric here, over 11 meters of fabric here. So let me just take the sleeve off. I want you to see the fabrics close up because they are so gorgeous. Now the full price should be $189.99. But our price today is going to be $169.99. You're saving 10%, but that's just till midnight. Oh, I might need this. I might need this kit. Yes, I might need this. Oh, it's so lovely. The colours are gorgeous. If you love sort of shabby chic quilts and that sort of look, you're going to love this. Look at that gorgeous floral there. You get loads of that. Loads of that. This is very sort of boutique-y, isn't it? Yeah. This is the scent of roses. Oh, so beautiful. Love the colours, that raspberry red, that soft taupey grey, fresh greens. You get so much fabric. There's more tucked under there and there. These, all of this, absolutely loads of fabric there. That's a great kit. Absolutely loads of fabric, over 11 meters for $169.99. All beautifully packaged, plus you get your quilt design as well. I just want to check who the, I know who I think the designer is. It's not saying, would you tell me? Oh, it's Brenda Riddle. Brenda Riddle. That's not who I was thinking of. Oh, it's lovely. Yes, made with love in the Netherlands. That bit we knew. That bit we knew, Hannah. That's on the box. That is on the box. Yes, beautiful. I love that. That's so gorgeous. I put that on my social media this morning. I hope you like it. Gorgeous, really nice. So that's that one. Charming cabin pink. Oh yes. Now then, this is also made with love in the Netherlands, Hannah, just so that you know. This is gorgeous. Now I think did Wendy Orlando make this quilt? The red version, and this is the pink. The difference between the two is the border fabric. 2nd of March. Beautiful. So you're getting all the fabric there to make this quilt. It's a fantastic price already at under £100, but we're going to drop that price by 10% and we're going to drop it to £89.99. You can still have split pays even though it's under 100. You can still have split pays, so you're just going to pay £44.99 today to get this quilt kit home. Absolutely super. Lots and lots of you have got that in your basket. That's a cracking deal, isn't it? Under £90 to make that beautiful lap quilt. Fabulous. And a great design too. Sort of kite, tall triangles. I'm going to hang on to that one. Now, next one. Oh yeah, Petal Power. Now, this was one. Did Susie Duncan do? No, this was Wendy Orlando as well, wasn't it? The 4th of the 3rd. I think it was Wendy. Oh, I'm saying that. It was birthday. It was birthday week. Beautiful. I love the vibe on this quilt. It's gorgeous, playful, bright, quite sort of, you know, psychedelic. Some of the prints, they're big florals. And then you've got those gorgeous kind of gingham-like checks, little ditzy florals, but this gorgeous, playful palette. This would be a great quilt to make for a teen or a tween because it's got that kind of joyful colour. It's not babyish. And it's a really good size too, 72 inches square. So that would top a double bed. Or if you put that on a twin or a single, that's going to kind of drape down the sides really nicely. Single figures on that, so do be quick. That is a lovely one, isn't it? You get all your background fabric too, of course. It's not just the coloured fabrics, you get the background as well. Now, we're going to crash this. It's £169.99, but it was taken to £149.99. But we're doing lowest ever price today, so this is dropping down. Now remember, there are single figures on this quilt kit, so if you want it, be quick. That price is going to crash now to £134.99. That's the lowest price ever. So if you want that, check it out really fast. Make sure you get yours home. Gorgeous, that's Petal Power. Now next up, Strip and Twist. Susie Duncan. Now I love these. Now I tell you one thing I really love about these. I mean, I love the whole kind of shabby chic vibe, but also I'm loving the fact that this is really, really ready for the Jubilee. And I think there's going to be I know there are going to be so many red, white and blue quilts being made for the Jubilee. So this is a lot of fabric for your money. This is a lot of fabric. This is all Moda. Absolutely gorgeous range of fabrics these. Look at all those. You're getting all of those different fabrics. There's 4, 7, 8, 9, 10 different fabrics. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That price is going to crash now to £71.99. So even if you're buying this for your stash, great price. You're getting a lot of fabric for your money there. A lot of fabric. Beautiful stuff. You're also getting Susie Duncan's Strip and Twist quilt, which is 60 inches wide by 74 inches long. Okay, moving on. Woodland Creatures by Victoria Carrington. No, I haven't got that at all. Oh, wait a minute, thank you. I've got it. Here we go. Right, Now, so this is Victoria Carrington's Woodland Creatures. Now, this is a full kit to make the entire quilt. So you're getting each, this was it a block of the month? Well, 9. Right, yeah. So this is gorgeous, wow. So they're all appliqued. You've got all the different woodland animals, and then you've got that beautiful ombre flying geese, border and sashing. Now, we've never taken this lower. It's $199.99, but not today. It's going to get £20 taken off. The price is going to drop to $179.99. Now, as well as all of your panels, which have got all your applique pieces on, you're getting all of your background fabric, and then you're also getting your full set of instructions. They're amazing, and they're so in depth. You've got your, and actually you can make cushions out of them too. So you've got winter robin, spring blue tits, you've got winter fox, summer fawn, winter owl, autumn hedgehog, spring rabbit, autumn squirrel, summer badger, which I love. Look at that. Look at the badger. Oh, and I love the fact that he's sitting there in the foxgloves as well. Look, that is gorgeous. So you get those 9 patterns, and then you also get the final one, which is your construction of your whole quilt. Absolutely, absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. $479.99. Everything you need. Everything you need. Okay, just a few kits left. So with Beth. Now this is Life in Full Bloom lap quilt. This is a gorgeous combination of piecing and embroidery. So if you love stitcheries within your quilts, this is the kit for you. The price at the moment is $57.99, but we're going to drop it. Now colour wise, we've got lovely kind of purpley blue batik and a gorgeous hot pink. There it is, hot pink, and also a grey and some cream. Really beautiful. You've also got your needle and you've got your thread, your embroidery floss, and of course your full instructions to make that gorgeous quilt. The finished quilt itself is 39 inches square. Let's just drop that price. Previous price, $57.99. Now, it was dropped previously to £46.39. We'll go there. That's a random price though, Hannah, isn't it? $46.39. I don't like that. Get rid of that price. Get rid of that price, please. Let's go to a different price that will probably be equally random, but we lower, so I will like it more. There you go. No, I'm happier with $41.75. That makes perfect sense to me. Great chance to buy. Lowest ever price on these quilt kits. Snap them up while you can, because at the stroke of midnight, all of these prices will revert to their previous price. You only get one day to get these savings. You're saving over £16 on what is already a very, very keenly priced quilt kit. Okay, a few more left. Bloom Boldly? Bloom Boldly? Yeah. Jennifer Paganelli, who I absolutely love her fabrics. Now, these ones are cut for you, okay? So all of your blocks are already cut. The strips, the triangles, the squares, whatever you might need, they're already cut. We're so limited on stock that I can't open this because this one will actually be going to someone. But that's the quilt you're going to make. They're almost like sort of desert blooms, desert cacti kind of thing. It's designed by Lisa Swenson Rubel, and the finished quilt is 56 inches by 70 inches. The fabric line is called Happy Camper, and it's by Jennifer Paganelli, who is the most incredible artist, painter. $116.99. It's all cut for you. Imagine that. You don't have to start cutting out your fabrics. They're already cut. I have a kit right here that's previously been opened, so I can sort of show you how, look, you've already got like all your squares, stacks of squares already cut, all cut for you, and your strips and your rectangles to make your blooms already cut, all cut out for you. You just need to sort them into piles and then away you go. Your border fabric obviously you'll cut to size, but your other prints all done for you. What a great way to start quilting. Or if you want to make a quick quilt and you'd like to get ahead of the game, maybe you're going on a summer quilt retreat and you want a project to take with you to work on over the weekend or the week, and you don't want to spend the first day cutting out fabric, you want to spend the first day sewing. So get yourself a pre-kit quilt kit. Now another one which is like that, same kind of vein, this is called Sweet Baby Boy, okay? Although this is absolutely suitable boys, girls, okay? This is featuring Sweet Baby by Sid Pear. Don't know that designer, but the fabrics are lovely. You've got lovely kind of soft, subtle peaches and apricot, greys, very soft blues and greens, and aqua, really lovely. Now this does include your binding, your borders, your pre-cut blocks, your backing fabric as well. That's amazing. Let me just check actually. You know what? The Bloom Boldly, the Jennifer Paganelli one, I didn't mention, that also includes the backing fabric. That's amazing. So you're getting all of that. The price is $119.99. You will be charged £107.99. £107.99. That will be the price. Pre-cut blocks, borders, binding, backing fabric, instructions all included. The only thing you'll need to add is batting and thread. That is amazing value. Absolutely brilliant. For £107.99. Thank you. Wonderful. Now then, little raccoon quilt. Little raccoon quilt. This is really cute. This one is a gorgeous baby quilt. Size-wise, excuse me, 38 inches by 44 inches. The raccoon face, really cute, is pieced, and then the backing is pieced. It's all pieced into one, layered, quilted. There are also instructions inside to create two larger sizes. You would need to add extra fabric to do that, but you've got instructions inside your kit to extend that if you wanted to make it bigger. But it's absolutely glorious. I love the picture on the back as well. I think that's absolutely gorgeous. That just shows you that quilt. We're going to drop that price below £50. It is now $49.49, but just until midnight. Everything you need for the top and the binding in that kit. Fabulous. Right. Now then, that's enough of quilt kits. We're going to look at bag making things now. Some kits, some patterns, and some books as well, and also some accessories that you can add into your bag making. So you know me, I absolutely love bag making. Let's start with, so this is a twin pack of handles. These are from Lisa Lamb, who of course is absolutely synonymous with bag making. Lisa wrote The Bag Maker's Bible and A Bag for All Seasons, or Bag for All Reasons, sorry. Absolutely brilliant books, and she does so many lovely accessories. These are two different pre-made shoulder straps for bags. Now you've got one which is an African print. These are like woven, almost like a jacquard woven shoulder strap. What you've got here is you've got swivel clips at either end. So these will go onto D-rings, okay? So on the sides of your bag, you'll need to put little tabs with D-rings, okay? Either side of your bag, you'll put tabs with D-rings, and then on the ends of your pre-made shoulder strap, you've got swivel clips, which will just clip on. You've also got a strap slider in the center, which means that you can extend your shoulder strap so that you can wear it as a crossbody bag. But then equally, if you want to be able to carry it as a shoulder bag, then you can just shorten that shoulder strap, and then it will be an over-the-shoulder bag. Amazing quality, absolutely brilliant. And you know, I taught a bag making workshop in Southampton last weekend, and what really elevated the bags from homemade to handmade was those finishing touches and things like magnetic locks, nice straps on the front, and a nice pre-made shoulder strap or a webbing shoulder strap really make the difference. So that's one of the, you're getting both options for £24.95. You've got your African print, and then secondly, you've got the zebra print. Now the zebra print is so cool, I love it. Now of course, if you make your, these shoulder straps are completely removable. So for example, you might make a selection of different bags and just put the D-rings on either side, and then you can swap and change the shoulder strap and you're good to go. That one I think is absolutely fantastic. That's the zebra. Love that. Completely gorgeous. And again, you've got the strap slider, so you can have it long, you can have it short, you can have it somewhere in between. Also, that means, you know, that you can replace the shoulder strap on maybe an old bag or a bought bag that maybe has seen better days and you just want to give it a refresh. You can do that too. They're £24.99 and you're getting both of those, both the African print and the zebra, in that option. Now then, we've got some other hardware. We've got a bag tassel. This is also from Lisa Lamb. So in here you've actually got one tassel, well, it's two tassels on one fob. Let me grab it out and show you. Really cool. This is made of leather, by the way, real leather. So what you've got on here, you've got, is that better? There you go, there we go. So you've got your two leather tassels, and then you've also got your ring, so key ring or something like that, and then you've got your clip for actually clipping it onto your bag. You could clip it onto the shoulder strap, you could clip it onto a tab on the front, just adds a nice little decoration. Yeah, if you wanted to add tassels to something else, you could even remove those tassels and add them to something else if you wanted to. You get both of those for £4.99. And again, as I say, it's those little added sort of bought embellishments that really can elevate a bag to something quite special. Great, love that. Now, next up, we've got Lisa Lamb's Safari Sling Bag. Sorry, I'm gonna look. Okay, so it is the right one. That's fine, that's fine. Okay, so on this one, this is Lisa Lamb's Safari Sling Bag. Now, what you're getting here is you're getting the pattern to create the bag. It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Lovely tote bag. You've got internal pockets. You've got a shoulder strap and carry handles. You've got all your instructions. Demoed on the 27th of February. Now within that, you're also getting both shoulder straps. Now we already know the value of those is £24.99. £24.99. Yeah, okay. So you're getting your pattern, you're getting those, and then you're also getting the other bits and pieces you need. So you're getting your zip pulls, which have little hearts on. You're getting your continuous zip, that's really nice. And then you're also getting your leather sew-on magnetic lock for the front. So although this looks like a buckle to open the bag, you're literally, this is going to be sewn on the front of the bag, this is going to be sewn on the top of the pocket, and that fastens together. Really neat, really neat. You're getting all of that. That's a lot actually for the money. $39.99. Love that. Just going to pop everything back in. Be tidy. Love those zip pulls actually, they're really cool. Little details like that make all the difference. So that's your safari sling bag from Lisa Lamb. Now, next up, some interfacings that we've got on the show. Again, really useful for bag making. They're not glamorous, they don't look very exciting, but they're the thing that can make your bag or break your bag. Now let's start with single-sided bozal. We do have that, thank you. Single-sided fusible bozal. I'm just going to check this is that's double-sided. That's single, thank you. Brilliant. Right, so single-sided, fusible in our form. So Bozal is the company, in our form is the product. It's a sewable, very easily sewable actually, foam core. So you've got this foam core, you've got one side has almost like a felty feel to it. That's the non-fusible. The other side of it, if you run your nail over it, it will kind of make a scratchy sound. If you run your nail over the other side, you won't really hear anything. That's how you can tell the difference between fusible and non-fusible. Okay, so this is your fusible. So I tend to iron my outer fabrics to this, and then my lining sits inside and hangs within the bag. It's not fused to that side. You're getting 1/2 metre for $11.99. 1/2 metre is plenty to make something like a messenger bag, an attaché bag, maybe like a small rucksack, something like that. You also get your instructions on how to use it included. Make sure you keep those. Get the best out of a product is always follow the manufacturer's instructions. That's the one I use the most. It's the one I use the most by far actually. Now this one here is the double-sided fusible. Now this is the kind of thing I would use. Let's say for example you want to make some like placemats, a runner for your table that you want quite sort of solid, quite firm. You're going to perhaps iron patchwork fabric to the top, plain fabric to the back, bind the edge. This is perfect, but two-sided fusible. If you make Annie's, made by Annie, Bags by Annie, most of her bags, if not all of her bags, are two-sided fusible. So you put outer lining, fuse them, quilt them, and then assemble your bag. And often the seams are on the outside of the bag and they have binding, nice coloured binding on the outside of the bag. It's a real feature of her patterns. That would also work really well. You could also use it if you want to make a bag that has a very sort of smart and tailored lining. Maybe you've got slip pockets, maybe you've got zipped pockets, and you want the lining to sit really sort of structurally within the bag. So what you would do there is iron your outer fabrics to the one side, use a goddess sheet, a Teflon sheet, something like that on your ironing board so it doesn't fuse in our form to your ironing board, and then construct your bag, then construct your lining, put the two together, and then when your lining is inside the bag, then go in with a small travel iron and iron your lining to the other side of the fusible, and then you'll have this very structured bag. But you do need to make sure, if you're going to use that method, that your lining fits perfectly inside your bag. So take your time, check the fit before you start fusing, and you can always take in your seam allowances if you need to create a really snug fit. So that's double-sided fusible in our form from Bozal. It's one of my hero products. I am never without Bozal in our form. If you want to make something like a really smart sewing machine cover, perfect. All right. Thermolan. Okay, Thermolan, this is N78. N78. Now, Thermolan is a heat insulating batting. This doesn't have any metal inside it. Essentially, I think the way that this is thermal insulating is it's very dense. It's much more dense than a quilt batting. It feels much firmer. It feels much more like a thick layer of felt, like wool felt, although it is synthetic. So this is $5.99. You get half a metre. If you want to use this for things well, I would say if you want to increase the heat insulating properties, so say for example you're going to make a lunch bag for transporting, or say like you make a bag for transporting takeaway food, you know, when you take it from the takeaway back home. You could make something like a tote bag, 2 layers of this to really hold the heat in, or a lunch bag or something like that. You could use these for things like mug hug, is it called? Something like that. Or a sleeve for takeaway cups, yes, so that you can hold them more easily. This would also be useful for things like, you know, the soup bowl cozy. So not something you're going to put in a microwave. And the reason why you wouldn't put it in a microwave is because of those synthetic fibres, because of the scrim that holds it all together that could melt. If you're going to use it in a microwave, something like a tortilla bag or a jacket potato bag or something like that, then you need to use a batting that's specifically made for microwaving, and they are labelled. They are labelled. Okay, that's Thermolan, $5.99. Great for your stash, I've got to say. Really useful to have these things. And then when you feel like making a lunch bag, you just can. Now, we should have some Decovil as well. That's the really firm stuff. Great. Yeah, ends 36. Thank you. So this is Decovil. This is Decovil. Right, so Decovil comes in 2 weights. Decovil and Decovil Light. I always think this should be called Decovil Heavy, but it isn't. This one is fusible, thank you, fusible. So on one side it has a fusible layer, okay, and on the other side it has non-fusible. So what you would use this for is very firm applications. So things like if you want to make boxes, baskets, you know, like lidded boxes that are really rigid. If you wanted to do something like, oh, my trifold wallet in my book bags for life, that outer is Decovil. Okay, you could use Decovil Light, but it is much softer, quite a bit softer. If you wanted to make something like little inners for my craft caddy, or even the outer for the craft caddy, Decovil is the one to go for. $17.99. It's a really fantastic product. Doesn't look glamorous, does it? But it's super useful. Okay, next up we have got lobster clasps. Lobster clasps. Here they are. I call these swivel clips, but lobster clasps too. You get 2 in a packet. These are from Living in Loveliness. These are a 25mm D-ring. Okay, these ones are silver. The ones on screen there for a moment were gold, but these are silver. Okay, and you get 2. They're going to sell out very, very quickly, so be quick if you want those. Okay, I'm just going to have a little look. No. Oh, wait a minute. The Queenie bag, Is this the Yes, I've got the Queenie bag, right. Queenie bag, thank you. Okay, the Queenie bag. So for this you get the pattern and the hardware. I'm just going to open this up so you can see what you get, because you get a lot of stuff in here. The hardware, I think, for bag making is the hardest to find. So here you get the bag, you get your bag pattern, you get your zip, and then all of your hardware. Am I right just to open this up? Because there's a lot of value in this. Right, so this bit here, this kind of little triangular shape, this is for the front point of your bag. Okay, so that's that bit. You get your lock. So this is almost like a lock that you'd have on a satchel. Okay, so that goes on the other side of the bag, or different bag there. Then you've got your a mini version of that too. And then you get loads of lobster clasps or swivel clips, and you also get D-rings and magnetic locks in there. Huge amount of value. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, and they're quite hard to source, very hard to source actually. It's fantastic when you've got exactly what you need for the bag. You just need to add your fabric and your inners, so your, you know, your inner form or your Decaville. Now then, we've also got the Adventurer backpack. You've got the hardware pack there. So you've got your pattern, and you've also got all of your shoulder strap, and you've got your zip, you've got your backpack adjusters, strap adjusters. Basically everything in there apart from the fabric and the sort of inner, the interlining fab. Okay, we're just going to finish off today by recapping a few of the quilt kits that we've got. Now the first one, the charming log cabin in pink. So that's that gorgeous one. I think it was Wendy Orlando that demonstrated the red version. The value on this is incredible. It's $89.99. $89.99. Now you get enough fabric to do all your piecing, you get enough for your borders, you also get enough for your binding. Size wise, this quilt is 157 by 180, and price wise this should be $89.99. Sorry, $99.99, but our price today is $89.99. You're getting 10% off. Okay, so that's that one. That's the charming cabin quilt. Now the other one we're going to have a look at is the Happy Camper. That's this one right here. Yeah, I'll show you the fabric actually, because that's really beautiful. Let me empty this out. You get so much lovely fabric. Now price wise this should be $129.99, but the price till midnight is just $116.99. So let me show you some of these fabrics. So absolutely gorgeous. And Jennifer Paganelli is a wonderful artist. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Really beautiful. So you've got your border fabrics there. You're also getting, these are fabrics that you're going to use for your sort of cactus blooms as well. All cut for you. And then wonderful kind of green shades. This fabulous hot pink. That yellow and pink together look amazing. That almost like an Indian woodblock print. Stunning, absolutely stunning fabrics. So remember, you're getting all of your blocks are pre-cut, and then you just have to cut things like the borders. This right here is your backing fabric. I mean, how fabulous. I can't believe this quilt kit for £116.99 includes your backing fabric, but it does, and it's really good fabric. I mean, here's a little tip. I would actually buy maybe like a plain cotton to back it in a gorgeous colour, obviously, maybe like a vibrant turquoise, and then I would actually I'd keep that. I might use that for dressmaking. You could make a really nice dress out of that. Still have the quilt. You'll only have to buy some plain fabric for the back. Why not? Why not? There you go. So that's your Jennifer Paganelli quilt. It's called Bloom Boldly. And I think if you're going to bloom, that's the way to go, isn't it, really? Bloom boldly. Yeah. Now, the Cottage Garden K Facet quilt kit has also been extremely popular, so I'm going to show you that too. Now, the first time that we had this on air, it was... This is the first time it's been reduced, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. We've never reduced this before. Should be $179.99. The price today is $161.99, but there are literally 2 left. Just 2 left. So there are more of you with this in baskets than we have. Please don't be disappointed. Grab that, check it out. If you do it really quickly, you'll grab one of the last 2. Okay. Oh, it's been fast and furious. Thank goodness the fabrics have been calm. Let's look at the menu for tomorrow. Oh, okay. I'm going to have to just tell you the menu because we haven't got one to show you. Excuse me. Right, so tomorrow I will be here. We've got first hour. Oh, I am so excited about this. We've got Edita Sitar Lady Tulip collection. It's Laundry Basket Quilt's newest collection. I've already bought the entire collection. I've already got it. It is so, so beautiful. You're going to love that. That's in the first hour. Now, in the second hour, we've got a guide to quilt as you go with Wendy Orlando. Love, love, love Wendy. We'll have a great hour showing you how to do quilt as you go. Now, in our third hour, 10 o'clock, it's tools and quilting essentials. So lots to see and do there. I'll try and give some demos as well. And then Wendy Orlando's back at 11 o'clock with Victorian Spring Fabric Collection. It is absolutely beautiful. If you're ready for spring, if you're ready for Easter and summer, you're going to love that fabric collection too. It's romantic, it's beautiful, it's really pretty. And then finally at 12 o'clock, it's sewing machines, and I'll be giving you a tour of some of our favourites. I hope you'll join me tomorrow, and Wendy Orlando, of course, from 8 a.m. I look forward to your company. For the rest of the day, I hope you'll take care of yourself and each other. Do have a wonderful afternoon and evening, and I will see you tomorrow.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.